expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies.
Come one, come all. Welcome to King of the Hill, and it is King of the Hill Fight Night number 30. AllReasonNoLogic have been hosting these since late October last year. Times fly, kingdoms rise, peasants revolt, and we have a lot of fun witnessing it all. Pradith is in the casting hot seat with Tank Tom and myself, Twig, jumping in throughout the next approximately 4 hours. For those tuning in for the first time, we are AllReasonNoLogic. We love to see a handful of kings sit atop a hill with a nice resource bonus, defend against a horde of peasants after 10-minute no rush timeout elapses, air is turned off. We ask for no offensive structures, including no buildings in the range of any enemy metal extractors, and depending on the map, a few other unit restrictions. Jumping into the first one shortly after the lobby is set up.
Alrighty then, we can actually basically get this one kicked off. There are enough positions filled, and then we can let them build up as we go. We just need a couple players to ready up, I reckon.
Got some big OSs down up the top. Tom, maybe we want to flick out one of the low ones and put someone in maybe minimum 20 OS, I reckon.
Teams are locked, aren't they? Might be interesting.
Yeah, that's tricky actually. We just saw last week's Claymore kick off with an absolute whitewash. The Kings got absolutely stomped on.
Yeah, it does stick. Cool.
I reckon that'll balance it out quite nicely.
Hopefully some cookies get destroyed. All right, let's ready up, everyone. So for the extra rules on this one here, people, we just asked no commander com bombs for the first 15 minutes. Still the 10-minute no rush timer I will drop in the rules. We might just spec those players and get things kicked off. They can always join back in. Okay.
All right, let's get this one rolling.
Keep having people trickle in.
It's just going to be a little bit more tricky this time. I think every king is going to be up against 3 commanders instead of the usual 2. That is totally fine though. A reminder of the rules to those listening for this one here. Also, there is a triangle rule, so that a king needs to defeat its 2 opposite peasants before it can move into another lane, and similarly for those 2 peasants, or 3 peasants in the case of this game, have to defeat the opposing king before moving into any other lanes.
The official YouTube live as well?
Or it is not.
And if any of the listeners are on the peasants team, if you can please draw for your comrades, that you cannot leave that outer ring for the first 10 minutes. That I'm hoping Prey is currently drawing on his screen. And they have to also defeat their triangle.
That's interesting. The lines disappear under the water.
They do. Where did you go? Can't say I'd ever noticed that before.
I have not either. It's only while I tried to draw the things.
I do
We
hope
can't
the
hit
air was
the,
turned off. Oh man, you didn't turn the air off.
Who's that?
Nightmare, the YouTube is not working.
He said it's going to go live.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, he didn't.
Yeah, you just gotta
It
press
has
the
not gone
refresh.
live
Hit
yet.
a refresh, and I think that might fix it.
All right.
We definitely don't want air on.
It's off for the next one.
Battle started.
All right, let's kick those other two out and let's get this all rolling.
G'day, Ollie. Hopefully no one goes there. That would suck.
I guess we're gonna find out.
Do I go my usual build order? I think I do.
You're still on the lobby overlay.
Thank you. Might just leave it on the normal overlay for the entirety of the night. And I can't forget it.
That's fair.
I reckon I spend half this 10 minutes just repeating the rules to everyone.
It kind of feels like that sometimes. Or most times, I should say. Okay.
That's a bit far out. Go there.
Low power.
And there. Is the YouTube still not working?
It's probably that they have to hit go on their end. At which point, there's nothing we can really do to fix that. Because YouTube needs the extra, like, on-channel
Yeah,
action.
I am not doing this well while I'm trying to type at the same
Yeah,
time.
I'm not doing great at the moment.
Enemy commander destroyed. Battle paused.
This is good. Gives me time to think.
Yeah. How is
Battle started. An allied commander self-destructed. Enemy commander destroyed. An allied commander self-destructed.
I really gotta learn to talk while playing. Yeah, build stuff.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Turn your mic on, Ollie, so I've got somebody else to say what to do to.
yeah, trying to remember to actually talk is always
You want to make it so all
brain
your
power.
build power covers everything.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
What am I doing? No, that's bad. Finish the lab first.
Yeah, my lab's only just coming up, and based on the fact that we're getting towards 6 minutes, it feels like it's late.
I'll just look at Duffy's base and see how far behind I am.
Hmm. Yeah, he always does a good job of being that much further ahead than the rest of us, doesn't he?
I gotta try his build, but it feels it's a good build. He does it in real games, like he was saying. Just gets a little bit of extra metal by building bots as well. I mean, vehicles as well.
Heyo.
G'day, g'day.
No.
against? Nothing being
Enemy
picked up yet.
commander destroyed.
I don't know if I'm going to
Ooh.
get fusion up at time.
Yeah, be fine.
Is it lava or water?
It's like acidic water.
Acid. I
Okay.
think.
So I was just wondering if you could make ships viable. It does make it interesting.
Yeah, I'm really pushing the limits of this game.
Low power.
For that, I mean, I'm pushing how many units I'm going to have out in time. Right.
Enemy commander destroyed.
You know what? That'll be like
1 minute left and no units up.
that is not. That is.
It's 22.
Oh, audio's dying. Gotta put my headphones on charge.
Lava level is dropping.
Alright, we're good to go.
Oh, it's tidal.
Yeah, thanks to Chrono's update. Very sexy
T2
update.
unit detected.
Oh, he made the tidal update. Nice. Because I saw that in another match. It was so cool. Nice.
Feel trouble. I didn't get T2 off in time.
Bob, you've practiced this build so many times.
Like I said, not fighting on all cylinders and having many armies and well-defended bases. I got into a base. I didn't kill it.
You did pretty similar.
Battle
builds.
paused. Battle started.
They're building static on my base.
Yeah, you can't do that.
It's hungry. That explains partially why I got hit so hard.
He's still building it. Okay, no, he's not. Yeah, nose reclaiming.
I don't think it's going to make much difference at this point. I'm feeling very dead. These.
An allied commander has died. Warning, you have the last commander.
How? Ollie, you're not
What the
there.
fuck?
King anymore if you're detonating your commander every game. We need them. Someone res a king.
Yeah, my base is dead. I had my fusion up and units producing, but
Enemy commander
I didn't
destroyed.
get a chance to get my T2 up. Or if I was going to, I wouldn't have had units. So I decided not to. Oh wait. Why can't I see everything now? Does it not let you control D your stuff? Ah, that's... You can't give me anything, how can you, Twig? No?
Yeah,
Ah,
I can.
damn.
I can.
No, you can't. I tried to control D
he's
my
resigned.
base
Yeah, you
Oh,
can't
to
do
stop them from
everything.
taking it.
Yeah, you can't do everything.
Damn. Okay, I did not realize that. I was like, let me
Enemy
control D what's in my
commander
base,
destroyed.
so they can't take it.
Yeah, I do that tactic sometimes.
I'm not keeping
Yeah, now I can't macro anything for you.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Stop griefing.
That's a little bit rude. Yeah, as soon as I did it, I was like, yep, that'd be why. In this case, let me jump over to... How do they have more than I did? What the fuck? Anyway, I might jump in with Prey. Help him out. Seeing as I can see everything now, so I will leave you to it.
Enjoy.
See it. I wonder if people are going to start building on the low tide area and get
Enemy
surprised when it
commander
comes back.
destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Aircraft spotted. Battle paused.
Oh.
Battle started. Enemy commander destroyed.
Alright, what do we do to get this back in our favour?
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Does the tidal setting work with water?
Sorry, I can't concentrate. Yes, works with everything.
You're
Oh.
overflowing metal.
I've never tried it, having said that.
I was just wondering what would happen to a flagship once the tide goes out.
That's a good question. APM stalling like crazy.
T3 unit detected. T3 unit is ready.
Go, Ollie, you got this. Ollie, the best spot to attack with those is through the back here. Get a ball up and just take him out from behind rather than trying to go through the guts. Where my ticks are.
An allied commander has died.
Those ticks are running into the lava.
Ollie, let's go over this way. As soon as you're done there, go on to help Duffy with red. Ooh, they resigned.
Enemy commander destroyed. Warning, mines were detected. Enemy commander destroyed. Battle ended. An allied commander
Thanks, gents.
self-destructed.
I'll see you in the next one.
Look at the graphs for interest stake. The metal produced, you can actually see the red player on metal produced was one of the highest in the game, which is crazy considering that they
How did
were
they
a
get that
peasant.
much?
I'm going to watch the replay and find out. Looking at the damage dealt, you can see where all the kings came online, and you can see why a lot of the kings did so well. There was only 4 peasants that actually got offensive in the first 15 minutes. If you leave the kings to cook that long, they will almost certainly do very well. Jumping out of this one, let's get set up for the next one. Twig, thanks for joining us in the channel. You had a pretty straightforward run in at the start of your lane. A little bit of back and forth as they attacked the opposite lane to what you attacked on, but after you cleaned that up, it was pretty good running on through. You then went down to help, definitely not Duffy, in his lane, as well as push into your left lane. How do you think that one went from your perspective? Too little aggression from the peasants?
Yeah, I'd say so. I definitely was a little bit behind at the start compared to my usual safe build. If both players are opposing me, well, there was 3 of them, rushed me with T1, I reckon I would have fallen pretty quickly. I did have beamers, but if you got past them and went out of their range, probably would have taken out bulk of my eco. So I did get lucky in that there wasn't much of a push. And yeah, then it was a fun one. Got to go down and help the noob that is not Duffy. You know, couldn't break the next lane. But these things happen. He's only 53 OS. Got to help those 53 OS people.
Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna drop this off on Twig and Tank Tom as they set up the next one. We're moving over to Raptor Crater to allow for more players. This is the map that you tend to see the most on because it's the map that allows for the most players.
I actually have to shoot out 2 for 1 sec. But Tom, if we can maybe just turn the air off, and then we will wait for the lobby to fill up a little bit. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I am just in the middle of trying to work out where we've got the twigs that we need for this map. Map codes, here we go. This will be the one I'm looking for.
All right, the tweaks that Tank Tom is talking about, it flattens out the map somewhat and then adds a lava barrier, which makes it much more obvious where you should and should not go. This game mode is very reliant on a lot of people playing within the rules. We do have a lot of languages. We do also have a lot of people that join at last minute, so it is a little bit difficult for full coordination. And because of a great friend of the channel, Chrono, he has managed to create that physical lava barrier, and then that is also part of what that update in the game was about, which allowed for the change in tides during the course of the game. Just a way of doing this for everybody, not just us. So really good work between the devs and the community, bringing more and more into this game that we very, very much so love.
Apologies, I'm back. Just had to run off and change a nappy. I'm very quick at it now.
That is ludicrously quick. I'm imagining you have like one of those nappy machines from was it the movie Flubber or something, with a mad scientist who had all these weird like home devices, like the thing that made his toast and put jam on it and stuff, then also had something which changed the baby. That
would be handy, but no, my Flubber was, that's probably the bad word to call it. I was going to say my wife starting the change before I got there. I got a text towards the end of that last game, so I was very appreciative of the resign vote, so I didn't get in trouble.
Very good, very good. Unfortunately, well, fortunately and unfortunately, life does happen. And when a baby comes a-calling, you just got to do what you got to do. If I had one, you would be getting some dead time on air if I ever needed to step away. Because as much as I appreciate the opportunity to be here for everyone, when you got a baby, you've got a baby.
These things happen.
Exactly. Looks like we're going to be launching into a really good sized game in this one. We're going to be somewhere around 30 players and 8 kings. That makes for a very, very solid competition. It also means there isn't too much scrambling for space for the peasants. Gives people the choice to find their own spot, and it also leaves some openings for the kings to exploit.
Alright, let's do our best to kick this one off pretty quickly. We don't need to wait for too many more to fill it up. Back to what we were playing maybe a few weeks back before King of the Hill went absolutely bonkers. We got 115 players in one game last week. Maybe we'll do that towards the end of tonight, but we're going to try and keep them under, I'd say under 50 players for the peasants. Otherwise, it's just a little bit too much chaos. Rules are a little bit more open with this one, if they haven't already been said. The only rules are the basic no rush timer, no structures, and obviously air now turned off.
And that should be on the welcome message now.
Excellent. And yes, Mike's Knots. When I said it out loud, I got it. Variable tides is a very nice thing. We've actually played a couple of games on our Wednesday night streams where we throw those changing tides in on some of the hillier mountains, and that means that you get a bit of a reprieve every now and then as the tides cut off access to everything. Made for a really nice and interesting change to the game. We do need a couple more kings, just 2 more kings would be super appreciated if anyone out there is listening. We're looking for preferably kings that are somewhat experienced in playing the game, because with one of the critical things with the kings is that every single king is 1/8 of the team's power, which means that if there is even a single king that is very unfamiliar with the game, that is a huge amount of power that the kings cannot bring to bear, and a lot of extra space that needs to be controlled. As for the peasants, though, everyone can get their fair go there, because each peasant only counts for 1/30th or so of the power, which means that it does average out much more nicely. Great way of saying that.
Thanks for jumping down there, Bouncy. We just need one more.
Just that one more.
There we go.
1 minute.
Thank you,
1 minute.
Big
Cookie Destroyer just getting his cookies. Got to make sure that he is hungry. Let's lock that King's team as we've got 8 in there. And let's get ready to rumble.
This one here is probably actually quite a strong King's team. I feel like these 8 could take on about 50. We've got 37 in there right now, but you never know. Do we see any
I think
experienced players?
It also comes down to positioning as well. If the strongest of the kings are matched up against the weakest of the peasants, they'll have a much easier time pushing in at those early stages of the map. Does look like
the peasants can out eco the kings, then that makes it a bit rough too. I need to work out what they did last time.
Oh, hot tip for the peasants. Way to win this one. Build units. It's an RTS.
all the units at 10 minutes. All
Just
of
waiting
them.
on those last couple of people to ready up and we're good to go.
Beautiful.
There we go.
Looks like we're launching off. Are you 2 in the game, or are you 2 out here on the casting couch with me?
Tom is. I'm going
in
to
the
sit down
game
on the
this time.
cozy couch with you.
Fair
And I'll
enough.
join you guys for the next one.
Sounds good to me.
I haven't had a chance to play with you that much this week, Pro. You've been jumping in the game, or have you been away? You've been away, haven't you?
I have indeed been away, been down helping fix up a house that's been in desperate need of some TLC. One of the unexpected things I had to do was get on the roof and clear out the gutters. Those have been left for so long that they were quite literally full to the brim with dirt. There was a lawn growing on top and even a tree with roots that extended most of the way down. When I pulled the tree up, it was so heavy that I could barely carry it, and I'm not a small man in any way, shape, or form. So I'm surprised that it was still up there. It had actually popped multiple of the gutter brackets.
I for those who don't know, Prey and I are related. And what are you, about 6'2"?
Ish, somewhere
6'1"?
between 6'1" and 6'2".
Yeah. And I know the roof that you're talking about. I wouldn't have trusted that roof. That's been sitting there for my entire life, and I'm 36.
See, I trust I trust the trusses, and that's what I stood on. I did do most of it from a ladder though, and a platform ladder at that, because yeah, I didn't want to be up there, but I needed to be, because if I didn't clear all that stuff out, we would have had some bigger problems. Alrighty then, as everybody gets set up, what have we got going on in the middle? We do have everyone splitting off into their mostly... Not quite everyone is split off. We do have 2 players in the same lane. That's going to be an interesting one. There we go. All players have their own lanes right now. Does look like some confusion over the mexes. Biggest way to work that one out is just draw a line to the middle from the middle of your platform, and anything that falls directly inside of it is probably yours. Only take one of the mexes around the middle, and you're basically good to go. So, for those of you joining us, what is going on over here? It is King of the Hill. We put some very good players in the middle of the map, and then we see if we can overwhelm them with numbers. There are some rules to this. There is a no rush 10-minute timer, which allows everyone to build up and for that bonus to actually start mattering. We also don't allow for offensive structures, because those can be used to massively area deny. You can use units to do it, no worries there, but the structures are a little bit too much. In particular, things like the Juno make the game very difficult. If you are going to build a Juno, use it defensively. That means if you're a king, use it inside the crater. That means if you're a peasant, use it outside the crater. Good to go. There is no air. And let's clean up all those drawings so that we can watch this as we go. Welcome everybody to the second game of the night and the first one on Raptor Crater.
I'm just checking out Tank Tom, see if I can criticize his build at all when he inevitably points.
Let's actually do that. Let's focus in on Tank Tom's build, because I've been wanting to see. He's been going for things like risky Aphis and things along those lines. It'll be very interesting to see.
First thing, the solar. Why would you put a solar down when you got a 45% bonus?
Oh, look, I'm not going to be too picky on that one, because it guarantees your start is consistent every single time. It certainly isn't what I do, but if you're looking to make a repeatable build, this is a very good way of doing it. Because imagine if the wind was at 2. Or it started at 10 and then it dropped down to 2. The first few minutes in this game are so critical, and metal really isn't the biggest of deals. I'm perfectly happy with a solar to start off with, even if you're not.
Yeah, I just like to abuse the fact that that 45% bonus is there, and usually at least 1 or 2 of the kings are overflowing. We've just got an ask again if we can turn on off the YouTube button. They have reset it if it's not already working.
No worries, let's get that one off and on again. For anyone who works in IT, that is the solution to more problems than is reasonable, and somehow people still manage to call IT anyway. Alright, we've given that one a reset right there. I'm just going to refresh the YouTube page and see. Yes, we are now live on the YouTubes.
Very good, very good. Alright, Tank Tom's doing nothing that I can criticize now apart from running out on energy, but I think that is because the wind is quite low.
It's not too bad. It's climbing back up now, so it's only a very minor stall. One of the things you can do to mitigate that in the early stage of the game is go straight into a Lazarus and just set it to area, grab anything in the middle. You'll get about your fair share or more.
I think the next thing he's got to do, like, it's weird that he's skipped the 2 medals in the middle before going to the outside. You'd think you'd get them on the way, because then you'd realize your medal earlier.
I think that may have just been a mistake. Look where he's built his wins, and he had his builder starting to build one already, and it has faded away. I think this was just using the area max command and starting it too close to the front compared to the back, so they all walked past them, trying to find that optimal order, but instead found the unoptimal order.
I do like that he's put down an energy storage now, so he can drag that slider down when he needs the metal the most. And he'll probably also reclaim that T1 bot lab quite shortly. as soon as he's got his last of his mexes up and going to that T2 transition, hopefully getting the lab up sub 5.5 minutes. I reckon it's a good goal for where he's at right now. I'm just going to quickly check on the other side. Cookie Destroyer going into his usual. He loves to do a bot lab, then a vehicle lab, transitioning to vehicles. I mean, I can't criticize it. It's not breaking any rules, but
I do that.
Yeah, it is true that you got more build power and more speed out of the vehicles, so it makes sense to transition. Going into the bots first makes sense because you do have that little bit more metal to play with then, and detonating his commander to get even more metal. Something that I don't do much in King of the Hill is detonate the commander. I always get too nervous that it'll get reclaimed by someone on an area reclaim command, which has happened to me quite a few times. And
the way I look at it is that the comm is actually generating twice as much metal as you would expect, and about 50% more metal and energy than you'd expect over the course of the game. It actually ends up being quite huge. And I never seem to run into issues with having enough metal to get that T2 lab. I also tend to get it down at around about the 4:30 mark as well. So I'm not... I definitely am not as good a player as Cookie, which means that what I do is not necessarily the best way to go about it. But I found myself in a position where I haven't needed to do it in Kings in a very, very long time, and so I don't, just to mitigate that risk. Like exactly what's happening here, where we have two different teams reclaiming that one comm.
Two
different players reclaiming that one comm.
He's bottomed out on metal for quite a while. It's been quite a slow T2 lab. He should be reclaiming the T1 metal storage, in my opinion, because he doesn't need that. He can rebuild them. He also should have been dropping that slider for the energy conversion down as early as he could have. Obviously still building them. Maybe get a second constructor, even the commander, building some more converters. Now that he's over 1,000 energy per second, we want to see at least double the amount of converters down that he's got right now. Maybe not quite double, but getting there. The focus is getting these mexes up right now to T2.
What he's doing right now is he is moving that build power ahead of time. It's slightly mistimed, so a little bit of the metal is going to go into the extra metal converter. But what you're doing is just making sure there isn't time lost between with the builder moving while something is already complete. Just a slight bit of optimization there. Now that he has the two of them up, Tommy's going into a third and a fourth T2 construction bot. I would only go into the two of them because you can reclaim that lab and go straight into the fusion. But you do also want to get a bit more build power up. 4 is not enough to go into that fusion, but you do need to make that reclaim choice in order to make it happen. One thing that I have noticed is Tank Tom does build some of his wind farms quite a bit forward. That is a time saver because the bots that are out there are just going to build them exactly where they are after they finish those final mexes. They can then also be in a good position to help build defenses. But it does also mean that eco is nice and far forward. Does look like we do have a rattlesnake going down.
Okay. I'm just going to jump in
range
Tom's
of Tank Tom.
That will get removed shortly. It's a gauntlet, yeah. Ping that a couple of times to the mods, that'll disappear. Tom did throw down an advanced energy converter just because he had so much overflow. If I was him, I would have probably just gone straight into the fusion. Simply building the fusion would have dropped his metal down, and having all the build power on that. Obviously right now it's reclaiming the lab, which it needs to do, but you'll see that energy drop straight away as soon as it jumps back to the fusion.
That is part of the setup of doing this, is getting that additional build power. You've got to really push that through ahead of the fusion. You have to balance out exactly how much wind you're earning and how much you're going to be chucking into the fusion. Tank Tom is currently earning just over 1,000 energy, which means that he can support 20 construction turrets, but you wouldn't actually want to go into 20 just yet, because you want to get that fusion up and running. We do have 8 minutes to go. The fusion's going to be up probably at the 8:30, and then Tank Tom has to go into units. There is certainly some optimization that could be done here. but all in all, not too bad. If you're a king and you're getting a single fusion up by the a single fusion up with the T2 lab, the build power, and some units for that 10-minute mark, you're doing it just fine. You can definitely optimize that a bit more, but nothing to worry about too much there.
It looks like Tank Tom's got his base underway. He's going to have that second fusion up, I reckon, just over the 9-minute mark, with probably T2 units coming out. So let's just see what we're up against. I'm only seeing 1, 2, 3 peasant lanes being swarmed with units. Sorry, 4. There's a few pawns there on the left. We do have some, I do love incisors up on the top right. I'd like to see them rush in quite quickly. They are going to be up against a couple beamers, but I don't think that's going to be enough to stop that many incisors. Tank Tom is against Janus. I like that. I like that a lot.
It does look like at that 10-minute mark, the lanes that are going to be pushed the hardest are Tank Toms and sorry, just let me pull that one up. And I Pawn. Those are the lanes. If you zoom out and you bandbox the entire map, all of the white units are offensive units. The King's just starting to get some of their own out. Tank Tom very light on defenses, and he's going to be pushed by Blitzers and Janus. Janus can actually trade very well against T2 units, provided that there aren't too many T2 units in the mix.
All right, Tom's
with
going
15
into
seconds
Jags.
to go.
I like it.
Oh, I do like Jags. With 15 seconds to go, 10 seconds to go, Twig, who do you think is poised to be at advantage at the 10-minute mark?
I gotta say, I was completely zoomed into Tom's base almost that entire 10 minutes, so I haven't had enough time to assess, but I'm liking how many peasants have units. The only problem is where they're being positioned, and there goes the 10-minute mark. All right, I'll just guess the peasants on this one. I'm probably going to be wrong, though.
Peasants do have a couple of forces going in, and a few of them are unopposed. Especially the ones that were opposed have now moved around a lot of those defensive positions and are now looking to track their way in. Tank Tom helping to clean up the units that are attacking from below his base, and it does look like Red has mistimed their attack and hasn't gone in with everybody else. We do have a big swarm of blitzers that are heading towards the middle. They are going to take out a T2 mechs. There are a couple of LLTs and Jags here, as well as a bunch of pawns to try and clean this up, but that is quite a mass. Unfortunately, they do get stuck on themselves and on their wreckages, and are going to be able to push in well defended. And it doesn't look like the peasants have gathered a foothold. Tank Tom heading in with a few Jags. Unfortunately, those have been cleaned up as well. So no big offensive moves from anyone at the 10-minute mark, but for the 11-minute mark, we do have a massive pawn rush heading in at the top of the map. These pawns only have a single twin guard they have to deal with before they're right on into the economy. If these are managed well enough, aka if they're on even just a fight command to stop them from taking too much damage from the wind detonations, these should do monumental damage, taking out at least one player, probably potentially more. It's all going to come down to how well they stay alive. The second wave is through, and it looks like it's going to be heading in the opposite direction up the hill. So this one undefended entrance is going to turn into a collapse of multiple players. The Jags now coming up. They saw that the hole was there, and they are attacking on this lane 2. Great work defending by Mr. Artillery, using his comm to snipe most of those units, but the 1 or 2 that did make it through collapsed most of the wind and most of the energy. Really strong pushes by the Kings right here, as they managed to break an entire chunk of the map. 3 players essentially shut down right out of the gate. That's going to be a good, strong push. Oof. This is the power of 2 economies working together and picking one gate to go through. There are plenty of LLTs. There are a couple of beamers, a few Dragon Claws that are trying to go down, but not quite. The comm trying to get in position to detonate, but unfortunately destroys most of the defenses as well. And this is a open season. Both the top middle and the bottom middle starting to fall very early to the Kings. Really good job working together. This is essentially a peasant strategy that the Kings have used. One player going T1, one player going T2, and then allowing the T1 units to tank for the T2 units. Much more effective going as a group than going as a one-off.
We are really seeing the result of a number of high Chev Kings. On previous weeks, you've probably seen there's always been 1 or 2 low OS or low Chev, and not really knowing what they're doing. Maybe you hadn't seen King of the Hill game style yet, and it is a bit of a tricky one, especially on Raptor Crater. But all 8 players doing what they're meant to be doing, making sure that they're not leaking, and it's really showing. I'm loving how many units are getting through, and we haven't really seen that many abused T1 as Kings this early on.
Or at least not abuse T1 in an effective way. A big part of what's needed for T1 abuse is that T2 backup. You need the T1 and something heavy hitting behind them. And that's exactly what we've seen happen here. And these Jags, these Jags that are and Bulls that were on their own, without that T1 with them, they just lost most of their force to a single comm. And that is the power of and that's the difference of pushing together and not pushing together. And with that one area broken, I want to see the Kings getting up there and actually taking it and holding it, getting a high ground position is very, very strong.
Oh, don't tell me bottom right. The an APHIS is up just in time to die to some ticks, maybe.
Oh no.
What I'd do is get that construction bot to interrupt the build of all these construction turrets and build a couple towers. But having said that, they can probably also reclaim.
It also looks like these have just been given fight commands, so they're not going to get quite where they need to. If you are in this position where you're getting attacked by ticks, you can reclaim them if you have that much build power, and very, very quickly at that. Also, with the way that a lot of this has been built, you can see that that small handful of conversion is going to take out way more than it should, just because it was linked up to the wind. But the wind was built properly in a row of 2, which means it wasn't going to chain react. It does look like the peasants have managed to shut the Kings out now, and they are starting to get on the offensive on this left side. We do have a good couple of snipers with a good number of T1 units in front, as well as some spam coming in for vision, as well as some Sheldons which are just firing at the ground to be pushing on through this side. While this does look like the push is now starting to happen, but there are a lot of defenses here. You do need to plink away with these snipers, but there just isn't enough power. It isn't enough power for them to continuously fire, and the defenses here perfectly strong enough to hold this off for now. Looking to the top of the map, we've had some some ramp warfare, being very back and forth over here. You can see a little bit of destruction moving up into the pink player, but now the backline players, the backline peasant players, are here with a vengeance. Some Tiger tanks trying to push all of this back. Tank Tom, nice and online, using these ambassadors to just start shelling into the base without counter spam. These are going to get value with every single rocket. The spam giving good vision, which means that they're going to be firing accurately, and not much of a possible response. Once you get these in position, you can use them to blind fire to these high points on the hill.
Getting through.
Tiger's actually getting through. Doesn't look like they're going to fully make it. But if they'd just been supported a little bit, if their backline had come online rather than going straight to T3,
the bottom, that would have been right.
Could have been massive.
Just a reminder, people, the Kings usually fall if just one King falls. If you get a unit or 2 into the middle of the base, just have a look at the middle of the map there. There's almost nothing to kill anything that gets in. As far as defenses go, the closest defense to the middle of the map is in between the inverted hills. So there is once you're in, and everyone's dead. So if you see an opportunity as a backliner where your front line has potential to push in, put all of your units instead of going for that second APHIS, there's always another corner that can do that. Help your front line win the game. Shout out to Mr. Artillery at the top, holding off the Kings for that long just by himself. Unfortunately, maybe not the best teammates around him. Top right corner, go and help out your teammates. And
I reckon top left is actually online and sending units, but yes.
Top right needed to come
top right definitely. T3 is great and all, but T3 off of 4/5 fusions and building fusions while T3ing is not the
Their south has
this is not the
broken
way.
in a big way.
Do you know the way?
We have
Tank Tom has managed to get a bunch of ticks into the back line of his players. Those ambassadors managing to push the army back enough that a group can punch their way through, and these are wreaking havoc in the back line, pulling defenses, and just getting little. Oh, sorry, these are rovers, and just getting little bits of damage done here and there. But the big thing is that they are allowing for his nice slow push. The and because of all that vision, those ambassadors are hitting nice and hard. T3 coming up from the bottom of the map. These Razorbacks are starting to push in, and they will be countering Pink's Razorback. That is not a rezzed Razorback, so we do have a T3 on this bottom left side. However, it's going to have a monumentally big task as the spam is coming in to back up those T3 units. This is going to be another big push. We've got ticks for vision and for tanking damage, and we've got pawns to do a bunch of the rest with the Razor and keep the Razorbacks alive so they can just pour on the hurt.
Really nicely done pushing through on the south. Just back to Tom's one tip for if you're up against just ambassadors, very odd unit choice, just send small units at them. They obviously can't shoot very quickly, and you can just see a couple Jags got in there and a couple Janisses and took out pretty much all of the ambassadors with T1.
I like going for one ambassador for every 2 Mausers, and for every 3 artillery units, I like to build I like to build 3 non-artillery units. That gives you a really solid front line. It gives you a lot of long-range missile firepower, but it also gives you the equivalent of Sheldons or Hounds to just chunk on that damage to stop those frontal assaults. Speaking of frontal assaults,
is going in with the Razorbacks in a massive number.
Similar to that, we have the Razorbacks at the bottom of the map going in with all that T1 spam. They're doing an absolutely great job in cleaning up players, but let's look at Duffy walking through the mines. The mine's doing a good job of damaging that T3. This is where comms are supremely useful, with very little in the way of spam around, though the possibility of comms to get good D-guns here is massive. There is one trying to do it, but the others are not getting in position for it. Just remember, walls do not stop T3. T3 walks over walls.
Unfortunately, Zayla's commander just going out of invisible for a second then when the energy went low, and Duffy quickly taking all those Razorbacks away from the commander. Gotta stop calling him Duffy, he's Cookie now. Maybe he actually wants to be called Cookie.
Counterattack coming down the hill towards the Kings, but unfortunately it is just that little bit too late. The Razorbacks are going to cut off the defenses, and the Kings can handle that all very nicely. Looking to the bottom part of the map, Tank Tom is now properly up the ramp, and he's being supported by his teammates, just running his bulls nice on through and dealing a lot of damage. Does look like he's going to take out that fusion. Can he grab the second one? Doesn't look like it, but I reckon he'll get that conversion. Has targeted it, so does get that second one. That's going to leave a pretty open lane for him to start getting up into the corner. We have got a peasant corner nice and cleared over here as well. That pincer maneuver by Duffy and iPawn Gaming as well as Grunt Gaming, clearing up that corner really nicely, keeping that constant pressure on. The Kings have done a really good job to get up to the top and to prevent the peasants from really doing too much. This is what I talk about when I say about aggression. The Kings had more aggression at that 10-minute mark than the peasants, and this is what happens. You've got to put the teams on the back foot, and because there was aggression all around the map, there wasn't one side that could be left just to super eco up. Everyone had to get into the fight, and everyone had to do their bit.
Just too many Razorbacks coming out of Eater of Cookies.
Well, I mean, look at what the Eater of Cookies on a 13 APHIS. Oh, sorry, not 13 APHIS. On 11 APHIS economy. That is plenty to be getting on with.
I was definitely wrong at picking the peasants on this one. I didn't actually look up at the eco, but on reflection, the eco was almost even shortly after the 10-minute marks, which is a bad sign for the peasants. Usually you want to see it about the 15-minute mark. The peasants still at about 30%.
It does
ahead.
depend on a lot of things. There wasn't the best in the corners. There wasn't the best co-op ecoing. The Kings were also very strong, and we also have less players than you've been comparing this to in the past. The past couple of weeks, it's usually been at 50 plus players, which makes it almost impossible, no matter how well the Kings go, to balance that metal out. But you're definitely not wrong. When they do run reasonably equal, then that does put it slightly in favor of the Kings.
Pretty much just 2 strong bastions left. So I'd say top right in the best position, but still a bit of a skeleton of what they were 5 minutes ago. And similarly, the bottom right now on T3 with a bunch of snipers. That is going to be quite hard to push through unless there's a lot of spam coming, but I'm sure that is going to come very soon, especially with Tank Tom building up with his ticks now.
Certainly a wall of units to be punching through, but with the
Battle
King's
paused.
economy, they will be able to punch through it quite nicely. Do you have a pause here?
Battle
Not quite
started.
sure why. No pings indicating, so it does look like it has been unpaused. Resign vote has been called, but there are still plenty of players that want to fight this one out.
To the death. I mean, people have built up their economies and do want to fight right till the bitter end. That's absolutely fine. I mean, I definitely do encourage a resign vote if it's just a commander or two hiding in a corner. But yeah, let these guys fight it out, see what happens.
Doesn't look like there is enough energy to be firing that scavenger. There we go, the scavenger bastion is now starting to fire. Does do a good bit of damage, but it isn't that much stronger than a regular bastion. It does look like the top right of the map is now being properly invaded, as all of the spam is coming on through nicely.
I don't know if Kagi is the best option here. I'd be going the demons for the
Kagis do
Cortex.
what Kagis do. They're actually surprisingly good at killing spam, but yes, there's this is probably where I would be throwing a demon up just to try and keep that spam down, but is it getting it cleaned up? Those couple of ticks just ticking off the build power, ticking off the conversion, and that's essentially going to mean that production grinds to a halt in this top corner, and it is only the bottom still left with those vanguards. With those vanguards starting to shell on in and having all of the pawns in front of them, they should be able to break this quite nicely, especially once the Kings finish up at the top and bring their full might to bear.
Wait, what do you reckon the peasants should have done differently? It was quite a stacked Kings team, in my opinion.
The Kings definitely were stacked, but one of the things that I will say is at the 10-minute mark, only 3 ramps attacked the Kings.
Yeah.
And then the Kings were able to get on the offensive at the 11-minute mark. They then broke 3 players at 11 minutes. They then got on the offensive in the bottom half of the map at about 11:30, and they broke three players at 11:30, and then they got on the offensive again at about 13 minutes and just kept that up and running and didn't stop. There wasn't enough pressure put on the Kings at that 10-minute mark. When you have the player advantage, you have to make a decision about who's going to eco, about who's going to and about who's going to be defensive, who's going to be offensive. If every single player that is up on the top of one of these little bastions next to the ramps, if every single one of those players decides to be offensive at 10 minutes, if every single player that has 3 mexes in front of a ramp chooses to be defensive at 10 minutes, if each corner helps somebody eco and distributes T2 to everyone in their corner, and then if the extra random positions around the map play adaptively, the peasants will win every game.
Absolutely. I would definitely have to change the bonuses if that was to happen. That would be the meta for this.
Because if there are 16 ramps that get attacked, we have never seen a Kings team win when more than 10 ramps are attacked at the 10-minute mark. We've never seen the Kings beat that.
We've never seen a Kings win if 2 of the Kings fall in the first 10 minutes after the no rush. We have had
and
it
we see it as being, and it's very equal if one of the Kings falls at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and that was me a number of weeks ago. I remember falling to a bunch of incisors, just one player's worth of incisors. They did have 60 of them. Oh, that's an interesting epic commander final boss. At the bottom right of the screen. Definitely built by the players in game.
This is something that you can build in game if you're ever playing in a multiplayer match. What you have to do is be the last player on a team with units, and then you have to build the teleporter beacon with a T3 construction bot. If you do that and manage to hold on for a whole minute, your comm will turn into the final boss.
Yeah, just a disclaimer, Prey is Australian, so don't listen to him. He is talking crap. For those actually,
what are you talking about? That's legit.
Actually thinking that he's telling the truth. We can
That's
actually
legit.
read the statistics for once on this one. Yeah,
Very
damage dealt
nice.
huge out of the Kings. B-bomb right up there, and also the first King to really push through any lands on the north with all those pawns doing a lot of damage early on, which is reflected on the graphs for damage dealt. All the Kings, you can see how predominant they were. There were no real weak links for the damage dealt. Everyone pushing their lane. Nicely done, Kings.
What I always look at personally when it comes to deciding who I think is going to win at 10 minutes mark, it is this damage dealt at 10 minutes. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 Kings that have damage dealt at the 10-minute mark, and that's because they were the Kings that tried to go offensive. For the peasants, you have 1, 2, potentially 3 that potentially 4 that went at that 10-minute mark, and that means that you did not have enough peasant damage. You can actually see those damages quite low across the board for the peasants. Only a handful of them are really skyrocketing through. This is to be a bit expected with the metal produced. We do have all of the Kings doing really well. What is a problem in this one is that we don't see anywhere between 1 and 4 peasants matching this line, and that you can do if you co-op eco in the corners.
Yeah, absolutely. All right,
Alrighty then, let's get the next one set up. You don't necessarily need a 5090 to get all of this running. I'm personally running off of a 4080, but I also have run this in the past off of a 1080 Ti. You certainly do run into a little bit of trouble towards the end of some of the really big games, but even with a 1080 Ti, it wasn't too bad. You can be somewhat CPU bound, but I haven't had any issues running on a 10th series and an 11th series CPU for this game. I also have played it on a laptop in the past while traveling. Is a decent laptop, does have some decent hardware, but you got to remember it is a laptop, so not always going to be perfect. There we go. Play on a 37. Johnny plays on a 3070 mobile, and as long as you balance your settings, you won't have too much of a problem, even in these big games. 3v3 finals, not entirely sure with those ones. Potentially a mod will answer that in the chat, but as of this exact moment, my knowledge of that is very limited. All I do know is that there is a 50k event coming up, and we hope to see you guys there.
We get 3 more Kings down the bottom, so anyone above 3 Chev or above, feel free to jump on down there, and you'll get a 45% bonus on your economy added to your name.
And while we're here, can we get someone from the team to post the Discord in the in-game chat, just so that anyone who wants to join it can. There is a King's chat, there is a Peasants chat, and coordination is your best friend regardless of which team you're on.
There was some good coordination in that last game there. A couple of the Kings in the voice channel working closely together.
Oh man, that push with the massive T1 units with the T2 mixed in down the bottom, that was huge. That was huge. We say this a lot, but you don't necessarily have to. Oh my god. You see this a lot, but you don't necessarily have to attack your own ramp. You're best off finding a weak spot and pushing it regardless of where it is. If you are going up against 2 heavily defended ramps, who cares? They've spent their money on defense. Go attack somewhere else.
Yeah, there's a good chance that if there's heavily defended ones, 1 or 2 ramps around, it'll be free.
Yep. You can, as peasants, you have to make a choice about what you're going to do. You can either defend, you can build units, or you can build eco. You can't do all of the things unless you have people helping you out, in which case you may well be able to. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, co-op eco, my friends.
Okay, just checking if anyone wants to take over from Cookie Destroyer in the Kings. He has had a couple goes up there. A very overpowered player.
Was he in the last one?
He was opposite you.
Yes, Cookie Destroyer was a king in the last one. Got himself up to a 11 APHIS economy, and then busted everything down with a whole bunch of Razorbacks. If you're listening, Cookie Destroyer, I'd love to see some spam in front of those units. I've noticed in multiple of your games, you lose a lot of T3 units to comms that could be easily prevented by shoving spam in front. Also, actually, I don't really want to give that advice because I have to play against you sometimes, and I really don't want to.
When you're playing the
I would
others,
like you to be vulnerable to comms, please, and thank you.
All right, let's get a lock on team 2, I reckon. And then remove those bonuses from the rest that are not in there. That's been done. Nicely done, Tom.
they've all been done.
Too quick for me. Okay, I'm just going to post the rules into the in-game chat, but for those listening in, no rush, timer is 10 minutes, is turned off, no structures that can hit any enemy eco. That means do not build an agitator that can reach those mexes on the front line. They will be kindly removed by the mods and you will just lose the medal. And then there's a no reclaim hack. If you know what it is, don't do it. It's just about abusing metal reclaim with those bonus.
Just waiting for everyone to ready up here, and then we should be good to go.
We'll give them just a moment, and after that, we'll give them the boot. If they are not ready up, looks like we've got around about 66 players to go up against R8. This is going to be a pretty rough one for the Kings. When we get over that 50-player limit, we consider throwing in a 9th King or a plus 55 bonus. We'll see how they go, but after such dominant play and such a good example out of the Kings, it would be remiss of the players that are there not to follow with such a strong example.
There was a question in the Kings channel last game whether the peasants ever win this, because we had a relatively easy run, and that was largely because we didn't get pushed. So none of us fell, at which point, if you've still got all the Kings at 15 minutes, there's a good chance that you can win it from there.
Jags did really well for you guys. Like, Jags were just covering all the spaces, and yeah, they might be a bit of a slower offensive unit getting up those hills and through the gaps. They're not the best, but just coming across and defending, they just cleaned everything up that was chasing you guys.
Got a live fruit. Glad to see you're in the. Oh, sorry. I can't read to save my life. Got a live life full. Thanks for
not
joining
even
us
close.
in the chat. Yes, to answer the question that was posed before, whether the peasants ever win, I believe last week the Kings didn't win at all. So the peasants most certainly do have their day in the limelight. All right, let's start booting at those players that are not ready, and let's get this game underway.
Last week we did break a record. I think the biggest King of the Hill in RTS history, from what I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. But 115 players graced us with the King of the Hill experience, and the replay of that game, we actually went and live postcast that one afterwards. It's coming live on our YouTube at AllReasonNoLogic in about an hour. If you want to check that out after the stream or during your week, during your lunch break, that's when I like to watch bar videos. Thanks to all those content creators out there that keep me occupied while I'm eating a sandwich.
I gotta say, when I was working in Steel, I most certainly appreciated my little lunchtime breaks and the ability to jump on YouTube. That was most certainly a good opportunity to rest and kick my feet up.
Have we said hello to Jeff from the chat so far this evening?
Whereabouts is Jeff in the chat?
He's on ours.
He's on ours. I don't think we have, but good day, Jeff. I unfortunately can only see the two officials at the moment because those are the ones that are getting my perspective. You're currently getting, I believe it's Twig and Tank Tom's perspective on the other two, on our actual channels.
He was noting, just when we were talking about the computers before, a 40 can basically run it. Those massive battles with a 50 people will slow it down a little. That was relating to the specs you were talking about, the lower end ones.
Even on some of the higher end PCs, you start to notice it a bit, but it's still playable.
You just got to do what I do and water cool your PC. You'll never see any problems.
That's just with the watering can, right? Like you just have it next to you and pour it over as required.
Oh, look, I just have a bucket that I dunk it into. Water cool away. No, I'm actually using the liquid graphene stuff, if you've seen that on YouTube before. I don't think it does anything for cooling, for extra cooling, but it looks really, really awesome.
It looks pretty.
It does look pretty. Good day. Johnny drops tables. Johnny is asking if Twig can name a couple of the YouTubers that produce bar content. He knows about Winter Gaming. If you know about Winter Gaming, you should know about AllReasonNoLogic. Those guys make pretty good content.
Exactly.
Definitely check them out. But then who else is there, Twig?
I do like, Brightworks was one of the original ones, just for, like I said, those lunchtime breaks. His game's real chilled to watch. Gives just a kind approach to assessing people's gameplay, and also will give tips along the way, so check him out. I don't mind David Skinner, plays as Not Real. He's more from his perspective, his games. I do learn a lot from his gameplay myself. Requiem, I've checked out. There are a lot. Honestly, just go on there and search for Beyond All Reason in YouTube and you'll find a lot more. I just simply don't get enough time to watch enough of the casters because I have a little 4-month-old. Jump in the Discord as well. If you have a look on the right hand side, it tells you who the caster is, and also there is an announcement of when people stream on the Discord.
I think you definitely mentioned him, but David Skinner is a great one to watch if you enjoy live streams. I also am fairly sure that he watches our content because of a stream title that he's used before in the past. So always hoping to support him if that's well, I'd support him either way. But if he does watch us, even more for that. Does look like there are none of us three in it, which means that it's going to be Tank Tom, Twig, and myself casting this one. And let's get that under the way. A couple of comms have started in, a couple of the peasant comms have started in the middle of the map. They have been quickly removed, and I do believe those metal corpses have been left behind for the kings. So the kings do get a nice little bit of a extra start on this one. That is what happens if you don't read the rules. You you give an advantage to the other team.
Pretty lava would be a nice enough way to explain stay away from this. There is a visible burning hot moat separating the two teams. That does drop away at 10 minutes.
I don't know. To me, it doesn't look like someone's put a lot of effort into making that happen so that it is a very clear barrier.
Are you trying to say that you've never burnt yourself on something like a campfire before?
Just a quick shout out to Chrono. Anytime the lava comes up, he's the guy. He made the map work this way. and worked with the devs to get the title changes going in the game, so can't thank him enough.
We have
The
a
amount of
short.
work that must have taken is insane, and we're the ones that benefit from it the most, so always going to be forever grateful to
Very
Chrono
much
for that.
appreciated.
If you guys want to see how to use that, we have dropped a little quick short on how these settings can be modified to have lava in your games. It works on any map.
Does look like we just had our first victim to the lava. A builder did try to walk through it, and now there is a plus 66 in the lava belt. Do your best to stay outside the lava, my friends. So, for those of us that are new and joining us, please, just to let you know what is going on, this is King of the Hill, and we are all reason, no logic. What you're seeing is 9 of 9 very strong players in the middle of the map with a plus 45% bonus. These guys are the kings. There is 10 minutes until the lava drops around the map, which means a 10-minute no rush timer, which the kings have to build up and get ready to destroy the peasant uprising. The peasants, on the other hand, also have 10 minutes to build up, but they don't have that plus 45%, which means they need to work together if they're going to overwhelm the kings. There's a couple of rules here. The first one is that 10-minute no rush timer. The second one is no air. And the third one is no using structures offensively. That means no building things like gauntlets on the high ground that can area deny the kings, because this map is so spread out and the economy is so favored towards the peasants. You just have to make sure that you're not preventing the kings from actually playing the game. The other really big one is the Junos. If you are a king, feel free to Juno anywhere inside of the hill. If you're a peasant, feel free to Juno anywhere outside of the ramps. But do not Juno each other's bases. That's a hard rule. Same goes for things like your EMPs and your catalysts.
Only got
So
the
Twig and
commie
Tank
going on
Top.
in one corner. Sorry to jump in there. We do have our favourite commie Cookie Destroyer at the top left doing as usual, so it's going to be really interesting. Probably the strongest eco coming from up there, but all 3 other corners doing their own thing. Definitely recommend if you're starting a corner, you pair up with someone next to you and go into the 1T2 lab.
Going straight into an APHIS in that top left-hand corner, that is ballsy. But you will notice we are at 4 minutes, and there is that T2 lab up, and all 3 mexes are already T2, which means that we're going to be throwing a lot of energy and a lot of metal into this APHIS. The more you can help out, the faster it's going to go, the stronger that corner is going to be. The T2 share is where it is at. If you look inside the bases, we only just have T2 starting to come up for the kings now. We do have a lab that is we've just had our first T2 labs come online for the kings a full minute and a half later than the first one for the peasants. That is the power of co-op ecoing.
Do me a
That's gonna
favour,
be
Prey. You got a
disgusting.
massive screen. Can you go into the statistics? Are you able to actually see if you filtered by metal produced? Is that eater of cookies at a higher metal produced at 10k over every single one of the kings?
He is.
Yes, 10k metal produced
filthy.
versus 4.3 for the next highest, who is also a peasant.
And the highest king is at 10.
Does
No,
look
the
like
highest-
he
no,
was
no.
given one
The
extra
highest
commander
king
as
is...
well.
Oh, sorry, you're right. The highest king is at 10, yes.
Hmm.
But Cookie is beating them by 1,000 metal.
Okay, Tom, last game we were picking at your build order at the start. The only thing I really picked on, and Prey disagreed with me, was going straight into a solar. With that 45% bonus, I always like to go into wind because you won't bottom out going into the wind, unless of course it's at, say, 2.
It's
and then going into the
largely habit
storage.
from often doing a 3-max start for things,
Yeah.
and it means that you've got some insulation for when it dies. This one I don't... Yeah, because it can go down to 2 if you don't have any solars, particularly if it hits early, it hits real hard. That's why I tend to like having at least a solar in the mix early on. Once you've got the 5 to 10 winds and a energy storage up, it's nowhere near as bad.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that it builds faster than the wind, I'm fairly certain.
You did bottom
Like in
out on
energy per
metal a couple
second.
times, and you did have the storages there. They were probably opportunities to reclaim for metal, so especially the metal storage, reclaim that and just rebuild it when you need the storage rather than keeping it. That's probably the only other bit of advice I had on that one. So people, this no rush phase is kind of like a lab experiment right before the chemicals are mixed. Everyone's setting up carefully, measuring their resources, checking that energy flow is right, making sure the conditions are just right. Because once that clock hits 10 minutes, it's reaction time as the lava drops, and things are gonna either explode or implode in one
Cookie's
way or the
APHIS
other.
just came online.
Oh, that is disgusting.
6 minutes 50.
It's disgusting. Imagine if you just heard T3 detected as a king and you don't even have T3 yourself at that 10-minute mark. Could happen, but I dare say it'd probably be the better option to go into a couple more APHIS. And then, yeah, does he have enough conversion? It's coming down right now. That is a nice build. Really good at, probably one of Cookie's best skills is just getting everyone around him to get on board with the co-op eco, getting everyone at the top there to just feed metal, and that's what you need to make that happen, and it pays off dividends massively. We have
One of the biggest struggles the Kings are going to run into is that it is going to be Cookie up against the Red King. The Red King is not going to have a fusion by 10 minutes. Which means that the Red King will have almost no ability to scale. So it's going to be, I wouldn't say an open lane, because there are defenses being built, but this is going to be a really rough position for
Definitely
the
going to be a
Kings to
weak
be in.
point.
yeah,
And
our
this is one of
orange
the...
commander in the middle, our super king as you call it, because they've got the extra mix to themselves, has found out what we have learnt many times in I'll admit that we've practiced these builds a few times. Build order is one of the biggest problems you have after you get that fusion up and you start converting the metal. Just getting enough build turrets up to build that first APHIS and build the T3 lab. You don't want to overflow too much, which seems to happen quite often for us.
16 build turrets is my go-to for getting the fusion up, and I would rather have a fusion and only 2 metal extractors than all of the metal extractors before the fusion. You'll note that a fusion with 2 converters, which is essentially what it can power, is going to be making you essentially 30 metal a second. And each one of these advanced metal extractors is only going to be producing you about 11 each, which means that you need to have 3 of them up and running in order to be beating that fusion. But the fusion also gives you the energy, so it's where the scaling really comes online.
We've got a minute
by
left.
the time once you get that.
Sorry, just having a quick look around the Kings. One of the highest OS players going straight into an APHIS with only 40 seconds left on the game. I am worried with all those ticks and all those blitz. Keep your eye on that prey on your screen. That's going to be an interesting lane. Very interesting lane.
OS does not always guarantee a victory, especially if you're in an unfamiliar game mode like we have here. With 20 seconds to go, I'm going to do my usual. I'm going to zoom right out, and I'm going to bandbox the map. Any white unit you can see is a offensive unit, and it's looking much more promising out of the peasants this time. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lanes that are ready to attack at that 10-minute mark. The lava is going down, so let's go, go, go.
Timers are off, the chemicals are mixed, and we've got reactions happening. Some of these
big push from 4 lanes at the bottom.
And that is enough to make it well and truly in.
Yes.
Oh, those ticks, unfortunately, chain reacting, keeping them too close together against some of those explosions do hurt, but there is nothing that's going to stop.
They're in.
There's enough that's in.
His experienced commander is at least reclaiming
Love to
them.
see them running past.
Oh no, look at all the blitzers. Look at all the units coming in.
Bottom lane is well and truly in. The top right is pushing in hard as well.
You know, Cookie Destroyer might not even get to use that amazing eco that he's created. Well, probably one of the fastest builds that we've ever seen out of Peasants too.
Very nicely done. This is why you have to balance yourself out. You need enough units to be able to deflect this from... Every king needs enough units to be able to deflect 2 players worth of attacking units. And unfortunately, we've had the kings break in 2 positions, 2 kings essentially taken out, and units flowing around the middle to take everyone out. This is one of the big reasons we say that every king needs to be able to get to at least a fusion.
Oh.
Depends on what they attack. You've got to attack that build power is what I would be doing, but that mega D-gun saving the build power. Do you know what's really interesting about this? It's not over for the kings yet. If they can rally and defend, they have essentially 50% more reclaim in this middle than they say.
At the start of this, you said if 2 kings fall. Actually, it was me that said that. If 2 kings fall, we've never seen the kings win this. So 2 kings have completely fallen, that top right and the bottom lane.
There was that one game, wasn't there, where Classic saved us?
That was
but that was
falling at the 25-minute mark.
True.
Yeah, that was a late game fall and then somehow hold because the economies were split such that there wasn't a full chain reaction through the base. A really good reaction by one way to get back into these. You can see the wreckage is build an army of res bots and they will resurrect things very quickly if there's 100 or 2 of them.
As I said, if you can regain control of the middle and get your res going, get your reclaim going, there is still potential to go in, because if you look at this, the attacks are petering out from the King's team. There is still stuff coming in, but like this is a 6 Sheldon army. This is a 8 Rover army. This is a retreating handful of mid-tier unit army.
And there are T3 on the way though.
That's the problem. That's a problem.
There are orders happening. But where are they going to attack? If I was the blue player, Cookie, I'd be attacking probably on one of the already defeated lanes rather than going down his lane. There is a nice cleanup crew of pawns just on the right hand side. 2 players worth taking out all the defenses, knowing that there's a lot of defense right in the middle of the map at the moment, rather than going and trying to get to that eco, opening up more lanes for more peasants to be able to attack.
Good to see this pressure continuing from the top right side. After they opened up that hole, they've continuously kept sending units in to keep that pressure on.
Keep up my really newbie reference early on. That definitely hasn't gone as as planned for 2 of these kings, and a few of the others. A few test tubes have shattered and the labs are in flames. I actually don't know if the kings have a chance against this.
Funnily enough, you say that the King's chat has been saying that they didn't expect that.
Based off the last game, you can see the huge difference where nobody pushed from the peasant side at the start last round.
Versus lots of pushing.
Yeah, whereas half the peasants had armies that went rolling in, and it meant that you could see the kings trying to react, but they didn't have enough units to get to both of the solid pushes at the same time to hold them off.
Yeah.
And then at that point, they had to basically clean up from the insides rather than being able to push on out.
There's only 5 economies left.
Does look like with this T3 starting to pour in at the top of the map, that it's going to be mostly all she wrote for those peasants. There could be some hero D-guns coming out here. The Marauders are walking right into that comm, but they have stayed outside of D-gun range. So the last couple holdouts look like they're going to be falling pretty soon.
That is right next to those Marauders to the right. That is not a
Oof.
Some good D-guns coming out of the red player there. However, that's not going to be enough.
We do see some offensive plays coming out of the Kings at the moment. They are trying their best to recover, but unfortunately this is a pouring water by the cup onto a house fire sort of situation. You have to pick your moments to get on that offensive, and unfortunately, while your base is being destroyed, that is not the moment to be going for it.
Perfect example on the right hand side there. You do not need big units to win games. Pawns taking out yet another economy for the Kings, and then we're just down to the middle economy and the brown economy or maroon. Never
That's
get the
going to be
colours
a
right.
nice chain reaction when it goes.
And there it does, in fact, go. All that conversion is gone, which means that the metal production for the Kings has now dropped below 500. And that is not a recoverable position, in my opinion. Even with that super bastion in the middle.
The thing is, it can only attack one unit at a time.
One unit
and
at a
when
time.
you've got units flying in from all quarters, there's only so much that can be done.
And this is exactly what I was talking about in the in-between moments of the game before, about how if you have each of the players that are in those raised positions, so when I'm talking about those, I'm talking about these positions, if all of those players get on the offensive, then if all of the players directly in front of the ramps get on the defensive, and then everybody else gets onto a balance between ecoing and supporting your offenses and your defenses, then you'll end up as an unstoppable force as the peasants. That is how King of the Hill works in both in reality and in the game. If the peasants work together, there is no beating them, because they do have the numbers.
Just like that, Center has built 10 of your favorite unit.
Oh yeah, I thought the Kings were through of this game, but no, we have the we do have the War Master Titans the Soul Invictus heading on through and defending the bases here. These units are actually strong enough at this point in the game that, provided they're not degunned, they could actually make their way around and kill many of the peasants. This is what I would call a diamond rank intervention, if any of you guys read lit RPGs.
There are only 2 commanders left, so that would be what I would be targeting. And
Nice work, Cookie Destroyer, grabbing 2 of those Soul Invictus. We've just been told by Chrono that if you rush a behemoth in under 10 minutes, it will have super speed. If anyone wants to test that, you're more than welcome.
That would be terrifying.
Could you imagine a behe that moves as fast as a tick?
I'd love to see it.
Oh, me
I
too.
don't know. I imagine you guys are kind of like me, where you start to judge things based on how fast the dots move to work out what you're going to be up against before it comes into range.
100%.
Being like, oh, it's okay.
Oh,
It
it's
is
a tick.
not okay.
I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
these Rauders look like they're going to
just
take out that last eco, and there's 2 comms. They've kind of given up.
Oh, it was actually the Scav Bastion that got the kill on that one. Alrighty then, last 2 comms for the Kings, and this one's going to be quite a fast one. Looks like now that the peasants have unlocked the secret to winning the game, we're going to have to bump up that bonus for the middle so that they can get both their economy and their defenses up and running, and so that they don't completely lose out in that first 10 minutes. Really good job by the peasants, by the way. This is exactly what you need to do to turn this into a crushing victory. We've got Cookie Destroyer begging in chat, can I please be king again? Cookie Destroyer, can I have one of your cookies? If the answer is yes, then you can be a king in the next one. I do enjoy cookies. Yes! I'm getting a cookie, so we're good. Looks like Cookie Destroyer will get a go in the middle.
It'll probably be a destroyed cookie though, so I don't know how edible that'll be.
I can live with that. I'll eat the cookie dust. It's a cookie, man. Can't say no to a cookie. Last Soul Invictus defending the last comm. Not even enough energy to keep that thing cloaked. Soul Invictus nearly killing it with its death. Great degun out of Hero Man today. You were a hero. And where is that last comm off to? Last comm is over here. Is that an infinite resource? It is an infinite resource. A couple of Daedaluses just holding the line over here. You got to get on that offensive, Elvis. If you want to win the game, you've got to push in and try to win can't be playing a defensive game at the moment right now. There are 48 peasant comms to kill, and you've got the army to kill it with.
Just
Probably
watching
not.
that massive dots coming across the screen for him, looking at his player view.
Oh yeah, actually I want to see that. Player view. Look at that mini map. Look at that mini map over there. Look at all those dots. Good
Can't see far, but it's
times.
well coloured in.
Come on, you can do it. You've got to go up those ramps if you want to win. 2 comms left. I think one of them's an evolving. I think both are evolving comms, actually. Head on up those ramps. Take the battle to the peasants. It's the only way. It's the only way. What the?
What?
Epic command.
That is cool. That looks exactly like the figurine
like
that I
that.
got from my Chris
I
Kringle.
like that a lot. It doesn't seem to do very much, though.
Does it shoot?
It doesn't look like it does. It might be because it's out of energy.
If you're listening, Evis, I want to see a D-gun out of that thing. Does it go that whole
Yes.
range?
Yes, drop a D gun. Do it. Do
You see
it.
just how much damage this spam's doing running past all of these with the surround bonuses.
I mean, look, the surround bonus is crazy, but ticks also have ludicrously good DPS for their cost. Like, absolutely ludicrously good DPS for their cost.
Oh, it does D-gun that whole distance.
Ooh, it's so pretty.
That is awesome. Nice and pink.
I love the purple smoke that came out of it.
Yes, but... Got him.
That is nice.
It's such a long range. If you're on the edge, you can actually dodge it if you see it coming. Oh my god, it kills comms. The super D gun kills comms.
It did.
That's amazing. That's amazing right there. All right. That was a big
That's
explosion.
such a big
That
boom.
explosion was so big it destroyed the conversion in the blue base over here. All right, last little bit here. There we go. Last unit in the game is this level 10 comm. Question is, can they snipe it with rapidity? Yes, they can. Tick's doing a lot of damage right here, down to 50%. All of the units just streaming in 25%. And there it goes. GG, good job out of the kings, but even better job out of the peasants. This is what we want to see out of those peasants. Stats are not going to be overly relevant this time round. It does look like the game's having a small bit of trouble ending, just due to those extra units that have been sent in and those extra resources. We do need to just do a... we need one more king to vote for a resign, and then we should be good. There we go. Vote passed.
Okay.
Kings resigned. And that should be the end of the match. There we go. That is the end screen. Let's have a quick look at those graphs. We're not going to be able to get a lot of information out of them. Yeah, oh, actually, we can. So this is the really important thing. At 10 minutes, what color are you seeing most of? Red? A red team or blue team? The answer is, in fact, red team. That means that the red team got on the offensive and did a very good job at it. For metal produced and energy produced, we see nothing because of the... We see basically nothing because of the infinite energy resource. However, on the energy produced, you can see Cookie Destroyer as the #1 eco in the game. That is crazy considering he didn't have a bonus. All right, let's jump on out of this one and get going into the next one. Twig and Tank Tom, I'm going to leave this to you for a moment, and you're going to decide how we're going to balance this one out so the kings have a fair shot now that the peasants have united and know what to do.
All right, we'll just ask first up for 8 new kings to jump down the bottom. We're actually going to make it 9, seeing as we've got over 50. I'll just put that into the chat.
And I have made a deal with Cookie Destroyer, so no matter what, he's going to be a king at this time around. I want that damn cookie.
Alright, Tom, if you can put that bonus on Cookie Destroyer and remove it from the rest, and Cookie Destroyer, if you could please send Praetor a cookie. Okay, are they all
I'm
new
guessing we're doing
names?
bigger bonuses this time round too. Do we want to do it at 60,
No,
55?
that's too much. Just sort out the teams first, and then we'll decide the bonus based on who's
my
in there.
address for sending the cookie is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington DC.
Is that the White House by chance?
No, it's my house.
Okay. Few too many kings. No, that's one too many kings down there, Tom. I'm going to leave that one with you to sort out the bonuses and make sure that we've got a range of new kings in there so everyone can have a go. If you can also just put that in the chat to have people jump in there if they want to have a turn at being king. I should really have a go at being king tonight. Too many in there.
Do it. Get in there, son.
Might wait for... Okay. I've already got my bonus from last time as well. That's handy. So if you want to just move one or two out that were in there last game, Tom. People tuning in,
yep.
Welcome to you, and this is King of the Hill by All Reason No Logic, where we throw a bunch of kings up the top of a hill, give them a nice bonus. We're rounding this one up this game because the peasants have realized if you build units, you actually win. There's 10-minute no rush, and then we also ask people not to build any structures that can reach the mexes of the opposing team's economy. All right, we've got 9. Let's lock that king's team. But Tom, just a minimum of 3 chefs for kings, please.
Yep. Oops, wrong. Sorry.
We have had Cookie ask if we can have scav units in the game. What do you guys reckon? I don't mind personally. I don't actually know how to add the scav units. Nightmare, if you're listening in, I'm happy for you to put them in there. It looks like he has.
Wait, what? Scav units?
I don't know what it means. I'm going to ask in the chat, what is scav units? Maybe someone can tell us.
Oh, I think that's so that he can... I think that loads the scav unit pack so that he can put the scav units in like he was doing before. I don't think that makes them playable. Because it's sort of like if you don't have the Legion stuff loaded, I don't think you can load in Legion units.
Yeah. We are doing 9 kings, are we, Tom? Because we've got over 60.
Yeah, we just need one more to jump down there. I accidentally spec someone rather than moving them.
Get in there, Tom. Join Twig. Team up together and do that T1, T2 combo together.
I'm up for that.
Nice.
There we go.
Let's give you a bonus too. There we go. Let's lock out those teams. Let's get this underway.
There'll be whoever don't have the bonus.
I reckon someone hadn't had their bonus taken from them, or they were in spec and jumped back in. Who was the last person in? It's the 2 chef.
Yes, that one. And bonus. Right. Team. Not do a twig inspect on this time, right?
Okay, I shall ready up, and then
let's lock those teams and let's get going. Don't jump out of chat just straight away. I'll kick you guys out once I'm ready to take over.
Not a problem. Over to the Twitch, what have we got? People ask about snap cookies. What are snap cookies? Snap cookies, when they go stale, they become very soft, but they Change something about the recipe. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Someone tell me what a snap cookie is.
I'm assuming that there's something from somewhere else in the world and not here.
Who here eats Vegemite that's not from Australia? Very Australian spread that we put on our bread. I personally hate it. Some people absolutely love it
It
though.
was great. You just have Vegemite and cheese, and it works great for breakfast.
Tom, your OS is going up slowly. You're up to 17 OS I'm seeing in game. For people that don't know, Tom is now on the road to 25 OS, one of the All Reason No Logic series that appears every Wednesday on our YouTube. Check out the series. He's a couple episodes in, or one episode in, another one dropping this Wednesday. I know he's played a few more games than those episodes show. And people, if you got any questions, ask them in the Twitch chat. That's the one that I check the most because that's where most people are. Have we got enough? I think we've got 81 people. That's more spots than we have available.
We've got an ID conflict, but I can't see who it is.
Okay, I will help you out with that one briefly.
It's 14.
I'll do a quick skim. So the ID conflict, people, when we get so many people in the game, sometimes people get assigned the same ID and it won't let us start the game. So apologies for that. We will get this one underway as soon as we've figured out where those conflicts are. Often happens when people have an ID and then jump in spec and then jump back again. Not seeing any others. Okay, people, if you could ready up and we'll get this one underway. All the bonuses correct. Just making sure there's no peasants with bonuses.
There shouldn't be, and I think we are good to go.
Just up the top, Punji, if you can ready up, thank you.
Autolab in chat has just broken the news about our next series after Tom's road to 25 OS. Twig's going to be doing a road to 45 OS.
It's just one episode a year will be released at the rate that I play 8 vs 8 ranked games with a child. I'm actually scared to lose my OS, to be completely honest. I do play unranked quite often. I do think I win a couple more than I lose, but not enough to get anything higher than maybe 35 OS. I'm not that good. I'm not up there with the pros. I would love to.
That's all right.
Take it on though, get my OS a little bit higher, but I like it at 30.
We'll see if we can build a team of 8 players and see how long it takes the 8 of us together to get to 45 OS.
They'll put you in the top 1% of OS in players. By the way, I've got an admission that I got wrong. I was on the ranking websites praying. You used to refer to OS as MR, but if you do go to the websites, those bar where you can log into your own account and you go to your matchmaking and everything, it does call the number that we see in the game match rating skill. So you might actually have been right this whole time. And OS is actually the number that you're given on the ladders. So yeah, they're not the same number. So I do apologize. MR is perfectly fine to refer to as those numbers next to all the players on our screens.
Now, one of the interesting things is that I'm going to claim that it's a victory. But the actual fact of the matter is the reason I call it MR is because I play Warframe, and that's what your ranking is in that. And so I've just set it on habit for so long. But I'm going to claim this as a moral victory. Very happy about that.
I am lagging like crazy.
Yeah, I crashed out on the way in, so I'm just reloading at the moment.
No worries. We'll be happy to let you back in. Looks like there are 84 peasants this time round, so that plus 50 bonus is going to be well needed for the Kings. Make sure that while you boys are in there, you give them a good bit of coaching because they're going to need it. Let me be really clear about this. I've said it every
Please
time.
choose your starting
If you
location.
can't get to a fusion reactor and a T2 lab with units by the 10-minute mark, you're going to be hurting as a king. It's just a fact.
Might have
Ideally,
to-
if you're going fusion, you have to be fusion and T2 by about 8.5 minutes to get all the units up and ready to go.
Yep.
Because if you have it
If
at 10 minutes, you're screwed.
if you invest too much in things and don't get your fusion up, you're going to have a really bad time. Optimally, you'll have 2 fusions or a fusion and an APHIS, but you have to be very confident to go fusion and APHIS, and you have to be ahead of the bell curve to go double fusion, because you need the resources to scale, get that early attack on and defense on, make sure that you're not going to be the king that falls, and then after that, make sure that you scale that eco. If your first push doesn't work out by the sort of 12 to 13 minute mark, the peasants will actually have enough to defend a very light T2 attack, which means that you've got to be getting yourself out of that light T2 mindset and getting yourself into more of that eco. And on that note, I'm going to start kicking you guys out of here, but the last thing I want you to do is just chuck the AllReasonNoLogic Discord stuff into the chats, so that anyone who wants to join into it can. There is a King's chat and there is a Peasants chat. Coordinating in those is vital to victory. Does look like the Kings might be getting a medal dono this time as well, which will be nice. Alright, I'm going to drag you guys out. Good luck, and I'll be hoping for a King's victory. Just
Oh,
kidding.
what are you doing on the
Everybody
other side of the
kill
map?
my friends.
Because I took a while to load in and
Battle
couldn't make
started.
it.
Oh well, looks like we're not doing our T1, T2.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Couple extra 1,000 eco for Duffy.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, because I was slow on the way in. Didn't quite make it. It's okay.
Hopefully Cookie joins us in Discord.
We'll find out. Speak of the devil.
Hello.
Hey, hey,
Hello.
push my
I'm
lane.
here. I'm here to babysit, don't kill people.
Low power.
How did I bottom myself out in power after making fun of you last game?
So yeah. And this time I don't have a solar at all.
Wind went real low for a second there.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do it for long. It really messes you up. Speaking of which,
Low
I mean,
power.
again,
Ah, man.
He overflowed all that metal too.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Man, that was rookie. That was rookie of him.
Enemy commander destroyed.
yeah,
Enemy
wind is real bad
commander
this game.
destroyed.
Attempt to put down some advanced solars.
Yeah, mine's just coming up now.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Wind, man. Holy.
Oh yeah, this is atrocious.
Enemy commander destroyed.
And that notification.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
And I really gotta turn that setting off.
Enemy commander destroyed.
We got 6 minutes.
Still trying to get my T2 up.
That is a little bit slow. A little bit slow, Tom. And now build power's a problem.
Build power is always a good one.
Enemy commander destroyed. Low power.
Why am I hearing shots
Well, I
from
need-
somewhere?
Battle paused. Battle started. Enemy commander destroyed.
8 minutes.
I'm just gonna overflow the team.
Battle paused.
Okay. I didn't pause that one.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I'm assuming someone got stuff removed.
Battle started.
I can't defend my ramp. What is this?
No, what I found out, defending behind the mats is so much better.
90 seconds left.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Oh, I had a few units up here.
Yeah, I'm making a couple of units just to...
Lava level is dropping.
Hey, are we going to get attacked straight away anyway? Mostly done out of this player down near me. Shitload of units. Tells me I can change up my tactics.
Enemy commander
Why
destroyed.
is this an evolved com?
T2 unit detected.
I don't know. They're all evolved. I'm just looking at that.
Really? Oh yeah.
These ones all have
shit.
bubbles around them.
I should have gone Cortex. How do we defeat evolved comms? I don't know how
You
to do
don't,
that.
man. Juggernauts. Thank Tom. I'm gonna give you these units.
The bit that makes it real rough is that you can't really push into them anywhere near as well either.
No, the nice part about evolve comms is you know where they are. So when I'm pushing juggernauts, man, I'll be fine.
Oh, that's some heavy lag.
Yeah. That looks like a potential gap up there.
Where is Duff? I mean, Cookie gonna attack. Cookie, come and attack my lane. I reckon I've got it
Dude,
easy.
I'm just making sure team doesn't die.
Yeah,
now.
that is a lot. Yeah, gee. Keep that up, keep that up.
And then I have to probably scale like a super aphis or something to actually catch up to what they are on right now.
Yeah, go for it.
So I'm gonna just overflow ether a bit for team and
Yeah, what's my move?
Yeah, I'm trying to get enough.
don't make Jags make
Oh, we've got
Starlights.
leaks over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go deal with.
This mate up here is not
Your
holding his
commander
line.
is heavily damaged. T3 unit detected.
Yeah. I'll be Titan spamming in a sec.
Oh, all on some marauders. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Leader's comm is so much more powerful than mine.
An allied commander self-destructed.
Where you going?
Enemy commander destroyed.
Everyone should have Emacs and converters.
Yay, we're alive.
An allied commander has died. Enemy commander destroyed.
Tom, did you leave the air on again?
No, it should have been off.
I was just seeing that they've said air was on. Oh well. Well, I was wondering why there was so many anti-air.
No, you're allowed to for
Radar lost. Battle paused.
I am catching up. Is it paused for anyone else or just me?
Me. I paused it because I was getting Junoed.
Battle started.
I have a T3 unit down here. This would be the easiest place to break the line.
You've received new units.
No, I have 67
T3
commanders.
unit is ready.
Right. So lag. No, I still need more metal.
I can spend all of mine at the moment, which is kind of weird.
We got Tank Tom, I'm gonna give you them. Do damage, don't kill him.
What was that unit I really liked seeing last week? I can't build them as Armada.
Enemy commander destroyed.
What the fuck was that? Oh, Condite.
Titan detected.
Here comes the lag.
An allied commander has
Oh
died.
shit, we're fallen. That's not good. Right next to me is fallen. Spin your attention, Duff.
Yeah, no, you said, can you send some units over? You have to deal with top. Top small looks good.
No, I'm not.
Enemy commander
I'm not gonna
destroyed.
get. Oh, he's got T3 out just in time. I'm playing catch-ups now.
Why are you not moving?
I think we needed to just push an easy lane at the start rather than defend. Because if I didn't have to.
Thing is, I've been covering top and tank top.
It's
mostly,
like yes
so
and
it's
no.
like-
We need to be not getting pushed hard enough somewhere that we can.
We're just delaying the inevitable. If we don't attack, I reckon it's worth the risk.
I did kind of get up to start with, but
Have I hit
Aircraft
unit cap?
spotted.
I have.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't be
I'm-
spamming, man.
Have to. I've got too much. I'm covering 3 entrances.
Enemy commander destroyed.
This is disgusting. I'm frontlining with starlights. As in they're my mate. Kimonos are too powerful. How can we put evolving kimonos on?
I don't know. That was I'm assuming Nightmare.
It was
Did it?
Nightmare. I hate you don't. Evolve Com is just.
EvoCom completely blunted my first push up.
Yeah, it's just they're just unkillable for the shield. It's like it takes
yeah.
like 7 hits of a Tyson, and it's like they're already gonna D-gun 2 of them.
Yeah, normally you can, like, a force of Jags will kill a com, but I couldn't kill the 3 that I managed to get past, at which point I couldn't then kill the ecos that I was trying to get to.
Enemy commander destroyed.
I need to start pushing up.
I'm quite far into this base if
I'm on
I
unit
can't
cap
leave
the whole
my
time.
side, so if you look at where I am, it's like the 2 people are dead.
There's no real way to balance the unit cap nicely, is there?
No, not with
An
people.
allied commander has died.
I just cannot get up the ramps with evolving comms. Like it's absolutely impossible. Yeah,
You
sure.
can't spam.
Yeah, we can't spam to get up the ramps. We can't... Like, you need a disgusting force to be able to pop the comms.
Yeah, it's taking me like 5 Tysons per con. It's insane.
They're not so bad, like, once you hit late game, but not being able to kill them early, because normally when they go pop, they take stuff with them.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 3 comms on this ramp.
Yeah, I just can't get. I couldn't even take one out.
Yeah. It makes it real rough.
Impossible, and there's too many players as well. It's lagging like crazy.
Mm. If you guys are anything like me, you're just sitting at unit cap.
I went super efficient on my build.
Enemy commander destroyed.
That's
Yeah,
why I was late
Reclaim
on
all
the
these
gun.
mixers.
I'm gonna start using the Evo comms.
I'm struggling to just get enough, like, stuff.
Actually, don't know how to beat these guys.
Yeah, I feel like I am falling at the point.
I've never been falling. I just can't push.
So,
What
yeah,
to do?
well,
What
there.
to do?
They're advancing on my base.
Kings would have won this if the Evo comms weren't on. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like,
If Evo comms weren't on, I would have been able to kill a couple on my first push out, which then would have wiped like half bases at the time as well.
Are T2 mexes on? I mean, build turrets they are.
yeah.
Oh, I had not even realized that.
Yeah, I'm gonna put them.
That probably would have been useful if I'd realized, but that's alright.
I'm just amassing everyone needs more BP.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I'm
setting up
working on that.
P2 build power.
I was on it about 5 minutes ago, which has been about 1 minute in game.
I'm overflowing so much.
Enemy commander destroyed.
This comm.
The comms are so goddamn hard to kill.
Leaders, so I just killed my first one finally.
How did you escape? You have to be in there somewhere.
Oh no, did that fucking... Oh, you
Commander
dickhead.
destroyed.
I meant to reclaim, resurrect one of their evolved commanders.
God, okay, stop that. You know what, I guess I'm building these. Yeah. Oh, I can't build.
Holy shit, I just lost like 5 Titans.
An allied commander has died. You're overflowing metal.
Oh, why did I build that for? God damn it, why are they
Enemy
reclaiming?
commander destroyed. You're overflowing metal. Enemy commander destroyed.
The lag stopping me from being able to degun as well. Just cannot.
These epic pulsars fire really slowly.
They got rid of my base, man.
How?
I don't have no base.
Did something kill it, or did they just remove it?
They just removed my base.
Can we just resign because it's going to just take too long this game?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of okay with that. I don't know how we
Enemy
win
commander
this.
Destroyed. An allied
where's the-
commander self-destructed.
My option for the vote disappeared. Yeah, it's my base dead now.
An allied commander self-destructed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Tom, did you not vote yes?
My option for the yes thing. Can I just hit resign on the top right? Will that do it? Or will that just resign me?
I'll just resign you.
King resign.
Just so slow. Did that go through? Yeah, that was pretty good. That was a bit of a dumb one.
Battle ended.
Let's jump on in with Prey, shall we?
Oh, it was a bit shitty for your last one, Cookie. Sorry.
No.
Just shy of 10 million for the kings, for the peasants, just shy of 6 million for the peasants. See if we can see anything interesting on the graph. Damage dealt is going to be the one that we most want to look at. Plenty of peasants getting right up in there with that damage dealt throughout the game. The kings all did really well, very high damage out of all of them, but the fact there were so many peasants doing very well in the mid and early game, all the way up to the end game, is absolutely fantastic. Metal produced, as you can see, Cookie Destroyer, massive, absolutely massive. But a couple of the peasants matching a couple of the kings, and then just all the rest bulking out. The middle looks like Twig and Tank Tom have joined me. That game definitely felt like it was in the favor of the peasants. Those T3 comms were looked to be the absolute bane of your existence. Comms are already very hard to deal with under normal circumstances, but giving them all that extra health, all that extra damage, and those extra shields seemed to tip things very, very far in favor of the peasants. 67 of those is a brutal thing to have to fight.
Yeah, almost impossible to push up those ramps. I couple titans, handful of meatballs, about 20 starlights, and still couldn't get up a single ramp. Especially
I got up my ramp early, but I just couldn't kill anything because when you went past the comm, everything was dead and you couldn't kill the comms. That looks to be the lobby is resetting.
Yeah, it's crashed. We'll get that up and going again, and we might cap that at 80 people this time because it got way too slow.
Even I was lagging a few seconds behind for a chunk of that game. And yes, even in the comments on Twitch, people are saying that the Evo comms were a little too broken, and I do agree with that.
I do feel like if those weren't there, we might have secured the win. Would have been a lot closer.
I think
for sure.
I don't know if you would have won that one because the peasants did do quite well, but I think you would have at least made the game even.
The early game aggression just didn't land, was what I found.
Because I mean, a chunk of that was actually because of the Evo comms. The amount of extra
that's what
damage.
I mean. The Evo comms were chunky because normally when you charge on up a ramp, you can it's not uncommon that you'll kill comms along the way. When they die, they take out half the army. None of the comms died on the way past that round because they're all Evo comms and there was nowhere to kill them at T1.
And yes, we did see plenty of, as has been said in the as has been said in the chat a few times, there were quite a lot of times where I focused in on big attacks on comms, and huge amounts of firepower went into those comms, and they just did not go down. There was, in fact, one where Duffy was fighting an Evocom with 15 Titans, and the Evocom managed to kill 2 of the Titans and then get away. That's not something it should be able to do. So
No.
that's all right. That is, chat has asked many times for Evocoms in the past. We've always been very hesitant to do it, and this one just says quite plainly that the Evocoms are not the way to go for this one, and that is A-OK.
When you need masses of T3 to be able to deal with them, there's no way that you're getting up ramps.
Yeah,
If you can have a couple of comms on each ramp.
potentially be doable if the Beyond All Reason devs could somehow split the unit cap between the teams. Of course, that was about 80 players in that game. That splits the total unit cap possible between every player, irrelevant of team size. So total units for the Kings, say, might have been 2,000, and the Peasants would have had 15,000 units allowed. So if the Kings are able to use spam, then those Evo comms wouldn't have been able to hide so easily.
Even when they hid, though, the amount of damage they took was truly insane.
Yeah.
Like, truly
it would
insane.
mean that we can't kill them till we've got T3 pumping.
Yeah,
I watched
I mean, I got to a point where
I watched an
Starlights were my
Evocom.
frontline unit, like taking the. They are not a good frontline unit.
I watched an Evocom tank 4 epic Karganeths and not care. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. All right, I'm going to take a step back for a moment, leave the lobby with Twig and Tank Tom. They're going to start up and run us through the first couple minutes of the action, and I'll rejoin in and help commentate once we're more once most of the gameplay has started up. I could definitely feel myself flagging as that game was going on.
I reckon this one's going to be the last one for me.
I think this will probably be the last one for all of us. Is that right, Twig?
Yeah, well, unless it's a real quick one. We usually cap this at 1 hour from now. We won't start a game if it's anything less than half an hour before that 4-hour mark on a work night. Sorry, people, but do have a few lives to live over here. Phil has asked.
However, if you get us to if you get our YouTube channel to 50,000 subs, and
So
everyone watches all our videos, then we can do this full time. That's when you guys post our links.
Thanks to copy and paste.
All right, Tom, I'll leave you with the responsibilities of picking out those kings. If there is one less king than what we need, if people drop out, Phil has asked to be a king. All right, what do we got?
Where is Phil?
I'm saying if there is less than 9, we've currently got 9, so we just assign them all 50%. I'm saying if they leave, that's just been a special request. All right, people, this will probably be the last one. We thank everyone that's been watching. Hopefully this last one's a doozy. Hope you're hitting record on all of these so we can use one for a replay. We like to assess these afterwards on our YouTube channel. Check out AllReasonNoLogic on YouTube and Twitch. There we go, Tom. We're down to 8. So Fel, I do not know his full name in here. Send another message in chat, Fel, if you're listening, and Tom can move you down there. So yeah, King of the Hill, for anyone that's just joined in, this is where we put a small number of kings on top of a hill and put them up against the horde that we call the Peasants to keep things royal. We add a somewhere between 45 and 55% bonus depending on the team's skill level and the number of players in game. To the kings, we ask that structures do not be used offensively. Unfortunately, a lot of Junos get shot into the middle of these maps, taking away any spam and destroying any radars. It just comes a little bit too easy if you can use offensive structures. You're almost guaranteed to hit king economy because you know where it is. It's in the middle. So use those units to do all your assaulting. Couple more to go. We're to hit that 60, I think it's going to be 60 something first 9. 9 is the perfect number of the cap for kings in this game because it allows each king to have 6 in between those cliffs or little holes in the middle of the map, and then 1 super king in the middle to take 7 mexes and focus on economy while each of the other kings gets 2 ramps to defend. Tip for the peasants, build lots of units. One of the best ways to beat kings is to rush them at the start of that 10-minute mark. At the same time, kings can defend quite easy against spam with the likes of jaguars or fiends, welders, etc. They do quite well. A couple more to ready up and we'll get things going. And guys, jump in chat if you got any advice on build orders. I don't know if anyone was watching my build in the last one. Or any tips for kings or peasants, or even just any random questions, throw them into the chat and we'll go through them. And yes, Darktooth Mojos, 50k subs it is. We would very much appreciate it if you could get us there. But 3 full-time wages off of 50k subs, I think we'll be still struggling a little bit. All right, are we good to go, Tom?
Just sorting out IDs.
Wait for IDs. I'll just put a ring into the chat, get things going. I am going to drop in the links to the Discord where you can join to coordinate with your team members, also the YouTube and the Twitch, seeing as this is our last game. We are allowed to self-promote in the last game. So hit that subscribe and follow on the Twitch, subscribe on the YouTube, please. We very much appreciate it. Motivates us to do what we do. No, this is not Raptors. I am Meat Wad. Interesting name there, mate. This is King of the Hill.
We've just had a quick question from Ivan on YouTube. Does the / give medal X to Y player work? I do not know. Does anyone know that?
I don't ever use the code. I just like to use those little arrows down the bottom right because, of course, you can share resources the normal way. Best way to test it out, Ivan, just jump into a single player game and test it out.
Or if you're in game, feel free to test it out with us in this on the stream. But yeah, it's some players finding it a bit hard to share resources with the ginormous list.
That is a very good point. Just doing our best to read through your questions, people. Keep posting them in there.
And if you are playing in the game, feel free to join the AllReasonNoLogic Discord, where there is a King's channel and a Peasants channel. The coordination really does help in this game, particularly if you're trying to do those co-op eco spots.
There has been some good communication in there this evening. A couple of games where I've been in Kings with some of the others, there's been some great coordination for some of that co-op and planning out where they're going to attack. Yeah, just waiting on a download before we can start this last one up.
And for those listening as well, about half an hour ago, a video dropped on our channel, the 115 player game from last weekend, probably one of the better games that we've ever seen. We've gone back and cast that after the fact, having known the result, without giving anything away, but it didn't go the way I was expecting. It was quite a fun game, and also possibly the biggest King of the Hill in the history of mankind in RTS. 115 players.
It sounds like a clickbait title if I've ever heard one.
Isn't it clickbait if there's not much content or anything behind it, though? There's a good game sitting there for you guys to watch, just waiting for you. And to throw your support behind us, there's a like button below the video as well. One more to ready up and then we'll get going. Feel free to spec Tom if they do not see the message, they could be away. I'm loving seeing all these one chefs in the game. It means a lot of new players joining Beyond All Reason. Welcome. This is by far, in my opinion, the best RTS around. So unless we see this being a very quick game, this will probably be the last one of the night. So Peasants and Kings push hard at the start, and we might squeeze one more in. But we've got a time limit of 40 minutes until I am as good as in bed. I am already having to get out of bed in 6 hours from now, and I'm hardly asleep right now, having casting a game online. My wife's sitting in the next room thinking, what an idiot, probably.
I don't think
Great to
that's
see some-
anything new.
Too true. Let's just get a screen.
Yeah, she's
changed
married
now.
to
You're
you.
already
She
ahead of
must
me.
know what she's in for by now.
This is true. Thanks for the love, boys.
I mean, if we said anything nice to you, it would just be creepy.
It would feel wrong. I'd feel violated.
Great to see some of those new members jumping into the Discord this evening.
All right, quite a varied amount of teams. What do we got? Kings have plenty of chevrons. We've only got 1 4 chev, the rest 5 and above. A lot of silver tails. Over half the team above 20 OS. Couple in the 40s as well. Happiness, Evis. I have no idea. That's the name, by the way. I also have no idea.
I do like the fact that there are 5 silver chefs and 3 decently high chefs on the king team. That is always a good sign.
What's happened? Something's going wrong. I've missed that in the chat. Giraffe got put on. So it's having to click one at a time. Sorry, people.
Let me fix that.
We're probably our fault. We distracted Tom with too much chat at the start of the last game.
Okay. Everyone ready's up. We should be good to go.
I think we'll get a force ready. Have our lovely mod. Big thanks to Nightmare. He absolutely runs these. We just get to sit here and talk. He's doing the real action behind the scenes. Flo
actually
as
got
well,
3.
and Spectator, and OP Man helping out where they can. A lot of love to these guys. Unless you're one of those people that build your commander right in the middle, then you don't get to play the rest of the game because they've deleted them. You probably don't have as much love, but still a lot of love to these guys. If you do put your commander in the middle of the map and you are a peasant, it will be deleted. And there'll be a nice 1,000 plus metal donation to the Kings. What are comms worth? Is it 1250? 1250 metal, I think.
Just need that one guy to come back. That fixes it. There we go.
Beautiful. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks to Nightmare for helping out with setting up all of these bits and pieces. It definitely helps to have someone with all the powers assisting.
Could also put a shout out to Black Death, our personal moderator on the Discord and in the AllReasonNoLogic YouTube and Twitch, which I encourage watching if you want to see a perspective version of the game when one of us jump in there.
And I has mod powers to delete buildings.
It would be fun. I feel like I should never be given that. I would absolutely abuse it too much.
I reckon I could handle the responsibility. It's mostly because I take way too long chatting and pinging things out while I'm commentating. If I could just delete things, then it would be very nice. I am not someone that can multitask.
50k events coming up, people. So I think that's going to be not too long. I'm just going to jump on the Discord. How many members are we at? How many members? I always forget it's very hard to see on a PC. I'm going to quickly jump on my phone. Yeah, wow, 50,004. We've just passed 50k members. Congratulations to Beyond All Reason.
Just say that we've already hit the 50. That the
Just
Beyond All
passed,
Reason
like, in
Discord's
the
hit
last 2
50,000.
minutes.
Oh wow, that's awesome. That's gonna be that means the
Battle
event's gonna be
started.
coming right up. So super excited for that one, and well deserved, especially considering how much time we put into the game. I hope it's pretty obvious to everyone how much we enjoy it. I'll be looking forward to that, and if I'm available, hopefully going to be casting during it.
Yeah, hopefully it's not in 2 weekends' time, which I have a feeling it might be, because I think you're away.
That's an Australian long weekend, so yeah.
We'll have to wait and see.
We'll wait and see.
Tell you what though, if it does go anything like the 40k event, which went for multiple days, I will do my best to jump on in Australian evenings and host on the official Beyond All Reason bar or Discord I guess a King of the Hill version for the 50k event. Depending on what they do, I got almost no idea. I'm sure they'll announce it to everyone. I'd have a feeling there might be a new map coming out. I could be wrong, could be right. We'll see.
I have seen a few that are under development specifically for the 50k event.
And
Trying to get as many people as they can.
one of them is very sexy. It would suit the King of the Hill style of the game, just from what I've seen in the Discord, in the mapping channel.
Just responding to Alien Doggy on our YouTube, only 9 players for the Kings. Yes, and that's largely because there's only so much metal in the middle. So if you have a look, you've got those ones in the middle and then 2 ramps for each of the other players. So you basically end up with one person that can eco hit that T3 without having to worry about necessarily holding a front line at that 10-minute mark. And the rest of them have got the 2 ramps to hold with their T2 and a couple of defenses. Any more than that, you start running out of space for everyone.
That and I mean the benefit of having extra comms, unless you communism eco, like say 2 kings to each of those lanes that you just drew, Tom, you're not going to get up your eco that much faster, and unless you just have one player microing the other player macroing, it just doesn't seem to work that much better. Having more kings than what we see now. We have tried it with a few more, just gets a bit messy. Eva's in the
Kind of
middle.
like with the AI, when you stick too many of them on one team, they all start getting in each other's way and becoming much less effective.
We've got Eva's in the middle, surprisingly not building any res bots. Sorry, just the one res bot. Funding some of that T2 economy. The orange player getting a little bit greedy and taking some of that as well. Usually I like to see the Super King in the middle get all of that, just so that they can focus on getting that first AFS up before the 10-minute mark and supporting whichever lane needs the most support. For the King, what do you reckon, Tom? What's some of the best approaches to breach these ramps?
Ideally, you've got some spam. I like having a little bit just so you can scout which ramp's free. There's a good chance that if someone's throwing units down a ramp, there's going to be less defenses. Just because if the economy's gone into the units, then they probably don't have the economy to also heavily defend the same ramp. So often, whenever you get hit with units, if you can hold them off, that's then a good opportunity to head back up the same ramp and see what you can find.
Personally, for composition, I go for the Recluse and Weber composition if I'm going to do an early push. Just rather than attacking a ramp, which is usually the most defended, I like to just walk straight over the middle of one of the hills. Usually one straight away out from whichever base I start at. My last game, Evolving Commanders, didn't work very well for me at all. Just everything got degunned. But usually these that attack will at least take out one player. And if you can take out one player in those first couple minutes after the no rush, it really eases the pressure in your lane because everyone's scrambling to help them rebuild, giving away some of their eco. It takes away a bit of APM, and APM is probably one of the biggest factors for King of the Hill games, even more than metal, because those ecos.
I'm definitely a fan of running the sort of 10 to 15 jags with maybe a couple of bulls for knocking down walls if required, because that's normally enough to get you up a ramp, and then you can generally take out at least a player with that.
Yeah, I actually copied one of, excuse me, getting late. I copied one of your ideas on the previous game. I went into ambassadors and they worked really well for me. I didn't push them down into the ramps, but I managed to use them to clear absolutely everything on the hills close to my base.
If you build ambassadors or similar, if you pop them right here, they basically become an unkillable missile platform that denies the entire upper reach. 100% recommend, unless they can get ambassadors or equivalent to and manual fire down into that spot. There's basically no artillery that can hit them, no units that can hit them. The comm can walk up and degun them, but if you've got other units like spiders that you then poke up and down with, very, very strong.
I've found with the King of the Hill stuff, a lot of the time, rather than fight commanding things in, because there'll often be some spam or other units in front, manually targeting over the front to hit those armies and static defenses does a lot of work. So rather than just hitting whatever's standing at the front, if you manual fire into the back line of the unit compositions with some of those long range artillery, that does a lot of damage to be able to break that front to then get your spam rolling through and that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So Legion's on this game, guys. Really love the look of Legion, but still there's a lot of talk about including them in the main game. There's still a bit of development to be done. I still think there's a lot of balancing to happen with Legion. There's too many things that you can do with Legion that are just a bit OP. One that I saw in a couple games this week is just using those, the T1, what are they called? Ballistas, the medium rocket bots. Having them just in range of a construction turret. It's just so powerful in early game. Like if you get only 5 or 6 of them and you have construction turret and a commander with them, just keeping them healing, they do so much damage, being more of like a tier 1.5 rocket bot. Obviously taking out all the LLTs, and you get 5 of them to walk into a beam and they'll take it out too without dying because they've got so much health. And
Damn.
Yeah, so a few things like that I'd like to see balanced out of the Legion bot lab. Legion team in general. And then maybe...
Was it the Phalanx or something that we saw a couple of weeks back that was incredibly strong for being able to siege, well not siege, but just bully their way into the middle against the Kings?
Was that the tank? There was like a tank.
No, it was the guys with the shield, I'm fairly certain.
Oh, those
The
ones.
bots.
Karkanos, is it? I don't know.
We'll have to wait until we see some, because I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
I reckon it might be medium dual weapon infantry bot, the Karkanos. They are quite beefy. 120 to 160 damage. Good line of sight at 400. Range 360. And 1540 hit points. Reasonably good. Yeah.
Just jumping into the state of the game, I think the Kings are in pretty big trouble. We're at 8 minutes,
yes.
and we're yet to have a fusion for the Kings.
Well, maybe the peasants will actually... I'm just hearing shots at
First
the moment.
fusion's just finished up. We don't see as much for the peasants either.
I mean, there's
No
Aphis in the
huge-
top left corner.
I'm
Yikes.
just blind then.
Reminder people, if you manage to win this one in the first, let's say, 7 minutes of the no rush, we might do another game. because we do have 30 minutes left.
So to put in perspective, in the last game, at the 10-minute mark, the Kings were at plus 1,000 metal.
And they're at 630 right now. Yikes.
Yes.
King's last game.
Peasants were at plus 2,000 as well. So
Pretty much every king had a fusion up last game, did they?
yes.
Yeah, I think everyone got at least a fusion up. And that's the standard that we like to see is fusion, T2, some static defense to stop an early T1 push, and units ready to rock and roll to either push up a ramp or hold that first wave and then get out and do some damage.
For a little while, I used to go into 2 fusion, greet a second fusion before the 10 minutes, and then go into units last minute. I've gone back to the 1 fusion build order just because then I can afford to get a lot more units out by that 10-minute mark. I'm hearing
If you
a
want to
lot
get
of
real
shots.
greedy, you can go straight into the APHIS. But that gets real tight on timing. I remember I think the earliest I got one up was 8 minutes, but normally it's at like 9.5, 10.
All right, everybody, we've hit that magical 10-minute mark. Let's have a quick drag over the map. Let's see where the offensive units are. Looks like they're on the top middle and the bottom left. Bottom left is going to be walking in somewhat unopposed. There is a whole bunch of blitzers that are going to be making their way in. Thankfully, some fiends out to defend
Hopefully
this,
they
and a
split
very
up.
slow walking mammoth. A second mammoth potentially going to be in the way as well. The fiends, though, with their AoE, going to do a lot of damage to those blitzers, but I do think a couple blitzers may just make it through.
Not bad decision making there to just run them through, realizing that you're going to lose some, but you'll make it through.
I
And
like that
good
they
to see
pulled
that
away and
change in
gone somewhere
direction.
else.
Yeah,
Ah,
Go
realizing
for the
that
max. Go for the base. Go for the base,
no.
damn it.
Oh no!
Oh,
Look at that
you're
juicy
there. You've
conversion.
won. All you
That's
have
the
to do is
way.
push. But
into the middle, into the middle.
go to the
Pretty disappointing that only one player is properly pushed from the peasants. It means I don't think we're going to see more than one game. Sorry, this will be the last game for the night.
Well, that was well defended, but not exactly because of the defense, mostly because of the indecision of the peasant. Sometimes you
Push
just have
coming in from
to...
this top right corner. Made it past the one static defense that was there. And they look to be on track to get to the middle.
Just keep going, push straight to the middle, kill the Eco King, and you'll be in a great spot. There is plenty of damage here. All you've got to do is run on in. You know that the moment you get past that middle bit, just keep running, because there's nothing that's going to be able to stop you. Just keep going. Just keep going. No. Just keep going. Just keep going. Don't kill that stuff. Go to the middle. Yes.
I can understand going back just enough to be able to take out that mechs, but at this point, you just charge on in.
Just don't worry about the mechs. Your biggest thing, if you can... Oh, that was a lot of
There we
losses
go.
to explosions.
Or get around the other side of that.
Got the right idea
So then
going
you
for
can
the
take out-
converters.
If you
Rick Flair.
decisively go for the middle, you would have been able to easily grab those advanced converters. Easily grab those advanced converters. Does look like we have a scuttle trying to make their way into the middle of the base, but it is running up against some terrain issues. It was able to get into the hole, but it wasn't able to get out, and now has been found by those pawns. Would have been phenomenal to pick that up. Looks like a decent amount of fighting has been happening on the bottom left-hand side during all of this. Lots of corpses on the ground, but unfortunately for the peasants, no significant damage done to the kings yet. The kings, on the other hand, are mostly in a defensive posture. There is some potential coming on the right side, but this is a T1 push going up the ramp, and it will be fighting other T1 units, so I don't see that doing a lot of damage anytime soon. So we are going to be at a bit of a 12-minute stalemate, which means this could be anyone's game, but I do think that the peasants are scaling slightly more efficiently than the kings. Good little push on the bottom left-hand side, but there is plenty of defense to stop these. The phalanxes are a good unit, but you do need something to back them up. I actually really like their design. They remind me of like a just a dude walking around in a tin, like in a barrel, just with a gun poking out.
Sorry,
Very
pal, just still
aesthetically
the
pleasing.
just still the that's right, just disappeared. Just a reminder to everyone listening, you cannot build structures that can reach the opponent's mexes. So you can see Orange just lost 2 of the rattlesnakes. A lot of metal to just disappear to a moderator. A lot of damage getting done on the bottom left. Wind going down, chain reacting. Unfortunately, when there's a lack of space, wind is bunched up quite a bit and drops real quick.
The DPS out of these hoplites is great. Interestingly, I'm not seeing them rank up very much. They're getting quite a lot of damage done, but they're not getting much in the way of XP for it. I think if those things start ranking up, they'll be kind of crazy. Second wave coming in this time, it is Jags, but there is a comm in the way. This is going to be some great D-guns out of the comm. A nice solid 8 Jags, 9 Jags taken down, no walkers, and it does look like it's going to get a mammoth as well. The comm is a little bit faster than the mammoth, and so it should be able to grab that one.
Oh,
but
good
no,
dodge.
that one phalanx getting in front of the comm. No energy. Oh no, just enough for a D gun. Bugger. Mammy took out 2 cons, but not the third. Still, that is a hero mammoth in my books.
The
Everyone's coming up
Kings,
this ramp next to it as well.
although the Kings are not doing amazingly, they are doing better than the Kings did last game, despite the poorer eco. Without those evolving commanders, nicely done.
They can
on the
actually
bottom
get
left.
up and deal that damage into those bases.
Yeah, I'd
Very
love to see those 3
good.
mammoths keep pushing, because 3 mammoths
Yeah, it would-
definitely, although being D guns,
Selfish.
if they're kept separate, only 1 or 2 might go down, and the third one should be able to take a comm out.
Ah, here we go.
Unfortunately,
He's
just a
just
little bit
waiting
of
for
an
the spam
APM
to
stall
come
right
through.
there. But we'll efficiently trade with those welders, so not the end of the world.
And now that he's got some spam in front of them, it looks like they're on the move. Would like to see him just crash through those walls to make up some extra paths through there.
We do have a push on the top right. That's just a bunch of Sunos
Oh
walking
yes,
into
go
a
the
bunch of
recluse, get up there.
brutes.
Get into that next tier. Once you're up on that next tier, there is almost never any defense up there. It's just getting up there that's the problem.
No.
No. Go kill the eco players. Do
Power
it.
hindsight.
Do it. Make us happy. Kill the eco players. You don't need to kill, like, this is the biggest thing. You don't need to kill the defenses in front of the ramps. You need to kill the things powering the defenses in front of the ramps.
Nice comp.
And then once they can't shoot back, then you can clean them up nice and easy.
Does it look like 2 comms are coming in to try and kill off those mammoths? And I reckon that they're both going to be taken. Oh, 1 down. Potential. There's potential right here. 1 mammoth down. And I reckon, yeah, both mammoths go down. But they do take 1 comm with them. Unfortunately for the Kings, though, the comms are in resible positions. And it does look like that attack has been mostly thwarted with the recluses. Could you imagine if the recluses had gone up into this super dense eco zone? Ugh. Opportunity.
All of that conversion would have gone. Would have changed across to some of that wind.
You can keep a recluse quite far back from eco as well. You can have even like an Aphis explode.
They've
And
got
actually, no, an
reasonable
Aphis I
range,
think
don't they?
will kill it, but a fusion's explosion won't damage the recluse.
If they have to die to take out the Aphis, I call that a
Oh, it's
worthy
worth it.
trade.
Definitely.
It's worth it.
Definitely a win. Ah man, people keep building. Sorry, just writing some notes.
What do we got? And it looks like we have a good siege happening on the left side. The vanguards, the ambassadors with some nice strong Thanatos in front are starting to push up on the top left side of the map, just dealing damage from well and truly out of range
Oh,
of
we've got a
everything.
breach, and some build power goes down on the top right, with a fiend getting through and taking out the build power for the cream commander. Nicely done. up against
Losing the
P3
Thankfully, there
now.
are some.
hurts.
Thankfully, there are some plenty big units that are going to stop that from being too much of a big deal pushing through.
Peasant's not really
And
able
we'll
to find
see
any
what happens
damage
with
so
the
far.
counter-offensive. But right now, the big offensive play is happening in the top left, as a bunch of the economy is being taken out by all of these units pushing up. This long-range firepower with a couple of smaller units in front is doing a great job, and we've seen how powerful the assimilators are. The biggest threat, again, it's always comms. You need to have T1 units in front. What happened there? Stray shot up into the top side of the map, absolutely destroying an economy.
And no one's reacting. Everyone's just building eco. This is terrible teamwork from the top left where we have
Build
the
the
strongest
eco, don't worry about it, we'll be fine. Nobody needs units, we have
Doesn't matter if you
comms.
lose the game as long as you get that little sentence
As long
on the
as-
bottom saying this person built the most resources.
I've
The
been in
problem
a
is you
Supreme...
you need to
I've been in a
defend the
Supreme
resources.
Mythmas game. It was one where I won. I was the eco player for my team, and somebody massively out-ecoed me on the other team. We're talking for every APHIS I had, they had 5. But I still won. And do you know what they got? What award they got?
No.
Slept the longest. They never built a single unit.
The game is
Yeah,
about
45-minute
having-
game, no units.
Yeah, building all the eco in the world means nothing if it doesn't turn into anything we can shoot back.
I'm really curious how they keep seeing these comms. Even with the invisible
These
comms, the
simulators are
absolutely deadly.
yeah.
look
That
at
range
this.
of
And there
firepower.
goes
That
bulk
person just
conversion.
Victor. Unfortunately, you deserve to die. Not one unit coming out of your. What's that? 8 aphises currently standing up.
Oh, this could be a
These are
big D gun.
amphibious as
This could be a
well.
big D gun. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh
Nice.
no, but one assimilator still made it in. That's going to be the APHIS.
All that they need to do is put down a pop-up turret, put down the pit bull in the
The
range
comm
of
is
that
coming.
person.
There's a comm coming. Can it get the assimilator before? Oh, if you position yourself right next to the APHIS, the D gun will hit the APHIS anyway.
He needs to heal that aphis rather than.
Come on, come on. What just happened?
Eaten by build power?
There was no build power to eat it.
What?
There was a
How's
little
that
bit
then?
here, but it had enough health that I wouldn't have thought that would do it in.
Oh, hang on.
Very nice.
That is great.
Very nicely done.
And that's people why you should never greed too much. The strongest eco for the peasants going in the bin.
Got to transition to units when your side is under threat. And that is a lesson to be learned just there. And it does mean that the Kings now have a really good position that they can launch from. They can also take this top right-hand side. If they do, they've got a huge amount of extra space, extra eco, and and they can close off so many fronts, because if they hold at the 2 midpoints, then that frees up essentially 2.5 Kings to start moving on and doing other things. But the offensive in this area does continue. We've got the fast movers and the sieges that are making their way up into the base. The marauders pushing from the front, the vanguards sieging from the back, marauders on the left, and pawns making their way in. They've seen one of the comms, they're getting into range of the comms, and it does look like these marauders have a mission and they're going to be fighting the comms and trying not to die to them. Calm down. Doing a really good job of fighting around these comms and not just losing units to them. This is going to be a tough bit of defense because there are rattlesnakes, there are pulsars and plenty of these amputators that are going to be working their way in. But the Kings now do have a beachhead on that top side, and the economies by the 23-minute mark are reasonably equal, which is not a bad place to be in as a king. We just need to see more and more stuff happening from them. I do like the spam that's heading up to the top right, but there are no units taking advantage of that spam. You need some sort of sieger in order to make that spam worth it. Right now, the units are dying for nothing. But if they were backed up by some vanguards, backed up by some any sort of rocket bots,
Big water push on the top.
anything like that, and it would be well worth. Oof, that is a lot of marauders, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a comm in the way to push them back if they continue up that high road. So it's going to be able to break on in. Plenty of fusion there, plenty of wind, and look at all of this juicy economy right in front of them if they go down that way.
Honestly,
very
peasants,
nice.
you've got to build units. Not enough reaction out of a lot of lanes. Yeah.
Oh, this will be interesting. Left side. There's a push.
Oh, Marauders coming in to fight the Kings now. T3 is now going to be a problem for the Kings, and this is walking into, again, an undefended, reasonably undefended area. There's a couple of Praetorians that are very
that have
strong.
just come out. Good to see those Marauders splitting up.
I need to see one AFS go down. Get that build power and the conversion first.
Build power is eating those Marauders, thankfully. These T2 build towers are very strong, but I reckon one might just make it. No, not quite.
Those three have made it into the lane next door.
Oh no, and they're at the conversion too.
The converter's gonna go pop, and then the fusions
and that's
are
the
gonna
build
go
power
pop.
too. Oh,
Not
the
quite
AFIS survived. That was so close. That is a very recoverable position, but it does take yellow out of the fight temporarily.
They've still
Meanwhile, Pink is
running.
Meanwhile, Pink is continuing to push on this top side. Unfortunately, they're going through the more defended areas, but they have now seen all of that eco in the back, and they're sending the Marauders away from the comm. But the comm does get a half-decent D-gun on, and does get taken down. But the Marauders are in that back eco. All of that wind, all of that conversion is ripe for the picking, as well as all of those fusions. And because of the placement of those conversions, they go down super fast. Those Marauders are going to get so much value.
Whenever you make it into the outer ring, rather than trying to hit any of the defenses, you can just go basically along the outside edge, where it's nothing but economies normally, and then worry about the defenses if you need to. But as you can see here, they're making their way around and don't really have to go back down a ramp anytime soon. Once you're up, there's no reason to come back into the middle.
I'm seeing a couple of the pylons that are helping to defend against these Marauders. For anyone that is playing Legion and listening, get yourself pylons. We have seen them being so ludicrously effective in these King of the Hill games.
They've been nerfed quite a bit. I saw a post in our Discord that after our King of the Hill game where we saw how much damage they did, they got a big got a big nerf.
We are change makers.
I think I saw someone saying that they got 60% change in cost, and maybe I'm getting that wrong. And health
Marauders are making it into the bottom left, coming out of the middle. Some good D-guns coming out there, but
every week there's always one MVP unit, and this seems to be the week of the Marauder. We see almost none of them, but we've had multiple games where they've been star units.
They're just so fast. I love the Marauder. They are one of the most fun units to control in the game, especially the early Marauders, ones that you don't expect to see for another few minutes.
Does look like a counterattack is heading towards the Yellow King. We have a very large number of welders, and they're backed up by recluses. Unfortunately, though, not going in at the same time, so the welders are going to take an absolute pounding without that longer range firepower there to help them. And I do think there's enough here to defend, especially with these larger construction turrets being able to heal a lot of the damage that is coming in. Also decent range on those, so they should be able to grab a bunch. There should be plenty of reclaim to be had for the King. We've got some epic tumbleweeds that are heading up the Orange's ramps.
You mean mobile nukes?
They are in fact mobile nukes. They're very scary things, and they go straight up cliffs too. I might add. So that's going to be some interesting breakages right here. Even if they do get degunned, their explosion is still going to be relatively massive. Just be depending on how deep they go. I also think they run over units, don't they? Yes, they do.
They do.
They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They do. They And there goes those tanks. Boom.
I love the effects. Some of the recent updates that bars have had, including that light update recently, absolutely
It makes
brilliant.
it all so pretty.
Does look like a big attack on this left side is going to be cleaning everything up. We have a Sol Invictus, aka
By those films.
and then a bunch of Marauders coming up to support. It is totally okay for the comms to be getting D-guns on Marauders if they're not getting them on the Sol Invictus. And this is going to be an entire quarter of the map cleaned up for the Kings. Make sure you get in there, claim all of those mexes. There are something like 20 T2 mexes available up in this corner, which can catapult your economy. And in the top right side, we've got yet another Marauder push. This time, quite heavy resistance. I don't think it's going to get super far in because we've got all of the... Oh wow, there's a epic tumbleweed heading down towards them as well.
That is in the danger zone.
The Kings need to deal with that epic tumbleweed ASAP because of how much damage it can do in a small space.
Speaking of bottom right, you might just catch the next one exploding for the Kings.
Oh, excellent. Just remember, if you do have an epic tumbleweed, please do control D it. The explosion is even bigger.
Or control B if you're playing on grid B.
Or control B if you're on weird person controls. I don't actually. I probably shouldn't say that because I think that's the default these days.
We've got legacy keys because we've been here a while, but anyone who's joined much more recently is on grid keys. And then if you're like Twig, you just complain that you can't work out how to use the controls anymore because someone changed them on you.
Another reason why I won't be joining 8 vs 8 ranked games anytime soon again.
You can't. It's been 5 months. You can't keep using that excuse.
I'm doing alright with them now.
Does look like the peasants are getting their offensive on the right hand side. They've got a large number of vanguards that are supporting some spam along with some razorbacks and a titan. This does actually need to be dealt with. This is enough that can... These vanguards don't actually have to get that much closer to start punching into the base.
You can see some of the conversion as well, so it is in eye shot. They just need to keep some units in front of it. And they could do a lot of damage. Vanguards with a massive range of, what is it, 1450.
And we're also seeing a decently long-range assault coming in onto the Primogen guy. Primogen guy has definitely struggled to scale through this game.
Making it into that top right corner. Ooh, what are they? The rattles. Coming through, cleaning that up.
A very, very heavy tank. 25,000 metal to build one of those. It's like a shotgun.
Where's this happening?
On the right hand side. And that green player with all the Sheldon, if they just walked straight in, they probably could have got to that eco.
So much damage could have been had, but unfortunately for the peasants, the Kings have cleaned this up quite nicely, and they are bringing forces to bear to defend this weaker side. And then we also do have an absolutely massive attack coming down on the bottom left-hand side. Pylons have piled up and are starting to make their way up. Ortab is there ready to get some good D-guns off, but that is a very low health comm, so only got the 1 D-gun off. Doesn't look like any other comms are reacting straight away, but even if they do, there are so many of these units that the damage that will come out of them will be staggering. The comm will only get a couple of shots off. You have to really position yourself to get it right, and the reaction out of the brown player means that these units are going to just push on through. They are heading straight for another comm. I don't know if that one is being controlled or not. There it is. It is starting to move now, but I think it's going to be destroyed before the D-gun gets off on it. Oh, devastating. Devastating comm. 26 pylon kills on that comm before it goes down. What an amount of damage. But there is just still so many coming on through. I think that there's a pylon for every single pawn that is coming out from that back line, and I would say that all of those pylons will beat all of those pawns. And does look like this backline might be ready to break. More tumbleweeds heading on through, and I'm not sure what happened to the
Oh, look,
tumbleweed
top
from
right. Are
the
we going to
top
see?
left.
We're going to see a breach. Some very fast units. The
Looks
pilums once again.
Oh no! Send them in.
Uh-oh.
Send them in.
All it takes
Uh-oh.
is one to get through. The rat there. See how much that damage the rat does. Just explosive damage. Can they see the conversion across the map? They can't. Imagine if there was
Does look like-
one
Oh.
catapult. Or
Imagine if a
something.
single tick made it near the conversion and the rat decided to try and kill it.
Unfortunately for those pylums, that indecision has cost them the ability to swing the match. If they'd all run in instead of moving side to side, I reckon it would have been quite different. And it does look like the bottom left has just been cleaned up. Kings now own half of the map. Unfortunately, not quite doing anything with it. Big advice to anyone that is playing these ones: just grab yourself a bunch of extra T2 builders and send them on up into areas that you have taken. Get those T2 labs up and running. And so those T2 metal production.
T2
up and
area
running.
mexes.
Yes.
Send them out there.
Thank you.
After a while, they'll do a whole bunch of them. Suddenly you've got twice the eco.
We've got a resign vote being called by the peasants. I actually think that that's a bit premature, because there is actually a
The
big
top
weakness.
right is threatening.
Yep.
If,
The
love
top
to
right
see
is
something.
if these armies just all went in at the same time and managed to just collect one of those T2 advanced energy
I'd love to
converters.
see some get in on that pink economy, because you don't necessarily have to kill it, you just need to die near it. Because with the artillery that's available now out of the Kings, they can kill their own stuff just as easily as they can kill you.
Just as a comment for the Kings, if you want to guarantee the wind condition, then even though you're wrapping things up on this bottom side, the yellow player and the brown player, stop doing that. Send your units to the top side and start wrapping up from the top side down, because that will guarantee the Kings a victory. Because all it takes, and all it ever takes, to break the Kings is one push.
unit.
One push is all that's needed.
Yeah, this
But,
bottom right side hasn't been.
Here we go. This might actually be the push. We've only got a couple of Razorbacks in the way, and we've got 16 pylums and 2 Daedalus heading in.
They'll have to go straight
walking
without
straight for the
stopping.
middle.
Yeah.
Or if they just don't stop, they might be able to do this. I don't know how well pylums now match up against Razorbacks, though it doesn't look to be as well as they used to.
I'm being called
No.
back. I still think they
that's-
possibly would have made it. Having said that,
I
there's
reckon
too
they
many
may have
rats.
made it.
There's too
The
many rats.
Daedaluses were doing really good damage to those to the Razorbacks, and all you needed was 1 or 2 of those units to break on it through.
You can see that half those Razorbacks are now dead, and most of that army is still available.
I reckon they were trading pretty evenly, but evenly provided that the peasants win with 1 or 2 units is good enough to punch into that middle.
Yeah, you only need a couple of units to make it into the middle. You don't need a whole army to get there.
Yep. And here we go. This is the next big push. We now have 20 Daedaluses. The Razorbacks have been destroyed. There are 2 rats, ratettes, 3. Oh no, there's too many. There are too many. That hole has now been patched.
Rats are just OP.
They're not OP. They're just very strong.
Yes.
Very expensive to do what
They
they.
are an experimental unit, obviously, and those shotguns, they're kind of like a whole bunch of plasma. Well, they are.
That
literally
villain has made it past.
Oh. Oh.
Nice to the next ones.
Damn it.
We
But
want to
that's
see
what I
it.
was saying.
We want to see it.
Because those rats are... How much do they cost? They are 25,000. And yep, they're doing a better job against like spam units than a Juggernaut is, but I doubt a rat could beat a Juggernaut. I don't even think it would be close. Just by the way, with that explosion finished off some solar that was all the way back here.
Yeah, those explosions go a long way.
And like we're seeing the Titans are trading really well against the rats. because each Titan is significantly cheaper than a rat. A Titan is only 13,000, so it's about half the cost, and they're trading at a rate of about 1-to-1. So it's all about putting the right unit in the right matchup.
Looks
Does look like
there
the
might-
orange player might have lagged out, maybe? Or maybe colors have just spun around, I'm not sure. But the king in the bottom right seems to have... Oh,
Oh, the
lava's
lava
come
came
back.
back. That means this game has gone for quite some time.
Oh, does it cycle up and down on this one?
Well,
Yes.
that naturally, we just didn't put the number high enough. I think it got put to half an hour. So we just need to remember that for the next time.
I think that with these, the lava only deals, I think it's like 23 damage a second. I think that the units that are happening right now are well and truly going to be strong enough to not worry about that lava, as we do have a massive pylon attack coming in the top right hand side, and there is not a lot to deal with. The Daedalus are trading quite well against it, but there are just so many of them, and it doesn't look like we have... It looks like we've only got one comm in the way leading to a large eco center, and we do have an epic fusion reactor that needs to be detonated. Why is the lava rising even more?
I think it's just getting to its original position, but there's been so many holes in the map where commanders have died, so it's raising more and more.
If you look at the edges of the map, it keeps spilling over just a little bit, which is quite concerning.
I'm not going to go up any more because that is right on the amount that it's going to take out all that lower eco on the right hand side for the peasants. That would not be good.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing on the left-hand side of the screen?
I was
looks like
waiting
the
for you to
scavs
notice
have been
that.
spawned in. Top left, the scavs have been spawned in.
They've been there for a little while, so it doesn't look like there's too much at this stage. However, I think the Kings had seen it. Yeah, the King can see it on radar.
Okay. Just looking at these bastions. These bastions are annihilating those rats. Now watch what happens when the 3 bastions all start shooting that front rat. That thing is going to go down super fast. Look at that. 40%. 20%.
Lava's
That's
probably doing a bit
crazy.
of that too.
A little bit like some of the other things.
The
have done
lava's
little bits
like
and pieces.
a
The
percent
lava
a
does
second-ish.
23 damage a second. That's nothing.
You can see the difference when all 3 are on the same one compared to not.
To just one, yeah. And now we've got the Sol Invictus helping to defend as well. The Kings
the-
are going to have to eco up for a moment and get ready for a next big push to finish this one off. The Peasants have entrenched themselves very nicely in their positions, and the Kings are going to have to find a way to break them up.
With those 3 towers, they would have been getting some surround bonus because they were attacking from different angles, which would have increased the damage that they were outputting.
What's the angle on that, actually? Lava has been dropped
Some
just a little
spiders
bit.
got so close. Epic Recluse.
Oh,
Just on the range of being able to hit some Aphis, and they're going to get cleaned up by those Riders.
My understanding with the surround bonus is if the damage is dealt from 180 degrees from the last instance of damage, it's doubled. Like it deals an extra 100%, and it kind of gradiates from there.
interesting.
I'd have to go look it up again. So it's the sort of thing, if you have something attacking from the front and say a tick behind, then they'll both be doing a bonus 100% damage. If they're at like 90 degrees to each other, they'll both be doing 150%, I think it was. Or like you get a bonus 50% damage from it. And that's why when you surround things, you deal so much more damage than just fighting it front on.
Yeah. Sol Invictus heroically trying to push in on the bottom side, but cleaned up by a comm. And now we have some incinerators that are just taking out these just trying to take out these Praetorians on the cliff. Yeah. What are the kings producing at the moment? Because they're not producing a lot. Are they at unit cap?
Perhaps.
They can't be.
444 units each.
Not far off. There's most just sitting. No, they're not unit cap. They're sitting at like 200 to 300 each.
Right, they're just not taking on the peasants at the moment, which is interesting. Does look like a big Titan push is heading on up from the right-hand side, and it's going to be supported by some pylons. But with them not going through at the same time, I think they're going to meet a pretty ugly fate from a lot of these rats that are up the top here. Good amount of Titan corpses right there, and this is where you start to need things like the behemoth just to break these last little sieges over here. Getting a lot of map bouncing around. That is coming from some of the moderators making some changes to things in the background.
The lava just disappearing nicely.
Yes.
Get that spam happening again. Whoa, it is hurting the eyes.
Quite a few. Yeah. Can we refrain from doing that just a little bit?
I think it's just the lag. Probably the command put down again. Kind of mistake I'd make.
And we do have these. We do have the pylons heading on in, the pylon heading on in, just to take out the last of Green's fusion reactors. And that is the last of that big eco center. There is one more here that could be taken out, and it does look like that is where those pylons are headed, while the Titans start to clean their way through the bottom of the map, the bottom half of that map. Com coming in is going to get some nice D-guns. That first D-gun going off, second D-gun going off, but not going to get a third.
Some spiders making their way into the middle. Looks like they're gonna get cleaned up. But they're gonna.
They only have to get one good volley off though. Those epic recluses deal a lot of damage.
Into the canyon.
Bugger. Behe's trying to push their way in, but they're just taking so much damage from the pulsars as they push on through. 4 pulsars. Even though they're firing into a Behe, still do a lot of damage over time. We do now have the pop-ups making their way in. First of those defensive towers is starting to get in range of the Behe, but the Behe does not yet have vision of it because the ticks are being cleaned up by that rat, or tick equivalents. These are in fact rascals. But it does look like that. First Behe cleaned up, and we're going to get some Soul Invictus here to fight the next one. Titans continuing their pathway down. They're taking out some of these larger construction turrets. One com is trying to make their way in, has taken some damage, but the Aphis is already down, so those Titans have done what they need to do. One more shot onto that com. A com with 16 kills and max rank, so he has been de-gunning his way to keeping everyone in the game this whole time, but unfortunately not quite. Actually, he's going to get away with his life, but even still not quite enough to keep his own base alive. Now we do have that next phase coming in where the Kings have massed up some very, very strong units like the Soul Invictus. It also looks like they have cleaned up a lot of what was going on in the top half of the map with the Scavenger AI.
What 4 hours of casting can do to the throat.
Just a little bit. Especially since a lot of these games have been going long, so it's been long periods straight of talking.
I would love to see that scav in the top left start marching down. I was hoping to be able to control it
Oh, do you know how good that would be if at the end of the game we could just give ourselves a scav in each corner, take it, like control it ourselves, or like one scav in the corner, one raptors in the corner, and then fight the remaining players.
A good way to end the game.
I'd love that. I'd love that. Does look like there is an epic final boss com in the front of the green team. but there is only the one of them. Oh no, that's 50 all Invictus that were just spawned in and taken away. I don't even know what's
Oh god.
Somebody broke the game.
Oh dear.
Whoopsie. Looks like this one's not going to make the YouTube.
I don't know if you guys are seeing all the fallen corpses at the same time.
Yes.
There we go.
It looks like the devs having their fun is causing some interesting bits and pieces to occur.
Yes.
It is the last game of the night after all, so we don't mind too much. Wow, these epic commanders really do work.
Yeah, these things are really hard to kill because they have damage attenuation, so you need to kill them with lots of different things. The fact that there's so many Sol Invictus attacking it, they are not dealing any real damage to that. You just have to bypass it and then kill the rest of the base. Oh wait, there's another one.
I was going to say, don't shoot that epic tumbleweed. Or those 50 epic tumbleweeds. Yikes.
Interesting thing, when you kill that, you can actually use res bots to bring it back for yourself. You can also wait till it's on very low HP, and you can use the capture command from a comm on it, and you can capture it. At least that's how it worked the last time I played Scavs, which admittedly was like 6 months ago.
A while ago.
Game's going to go a little bit faster now that the middle of the map's gone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what happened there?
The huge.
The huge.
Epic tumbleweeds underneath its feet. Make things go boom.
Down to 3 commanders left for one team.
0 on the other, actually.
I think that's the Scavs. Depending which team you click. 6 versus 3 versus 0.
Yep. He's doing. Huh, and they can walk down cliffs. Is there anywhere it can't go?
I want to see it go straight into the very middle.
Oh, really?
As for those of you in chat who are asking why cheat, I think the devs are just playing around with the engine while because this game was essentially over and just seeing what they can throw in and do and give to the players.
Yeah, the Kings
We're about
did
to
officially
finish
win
off
this
for the
one.
night, so I think everyone's just having their own little bit of fun.
Yeah, all of the extra bits and pieces are being spawned in by the mods.
Oh yeah, by the way, you can D-gun those epic final bosses, just as a heads up. A single D-gun will kill them, regardless of what it is.
Oh.
Interesting. So Death Spiral on the hunt now.
Yep. That's why it was able to instantly kill the other one, because it did the D-gun. However, its regular cannon will also kill a comm very, very quickly, so you got to get the angle just right and not let it shoot something behind you. There it goes. D-gun, the epic comms.
We need to go to bed.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm already looking up who to raid from these channels. There's only a couple other Beyond All Reason streams going.
Just the one commander left over on that left-hand side now.
While this plays out, I think I might wrap this one up. I'm going to take the very few amount of watches on the AllReasonNoLogic over to Leth's game.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think we might do the same on this one. We might wrap up the stream here and then let the mods and the devs set up the raid however they deem fit. Thanks everyone for joining us. We do really appreciate it. We hope you had some fun tonight. We hope you joined in and played, and we do hope that you end up finding your way over to the AllReasonNoLogic channel and helping support us as we bring you all of these games as we go. Hopefully we'll continue to be here on the Sunday nights as we do enjoy the King of the Hill. We do enjoy bringing it to you. I've been Pradith. Joining me has been Twig and Tank Tom, and thanks everyone for joining us.
Please jump over to that YouTube that we've got and the Twitch. Hit that like and follow. We appreciate it very much, and we will see you next Sunday. Jump on the YouTube for our weekly recap of the best King of the Hill each week, released on Sundays while we do these streams from the previous week, and then also on the Wednesdays, one of the Road to 25, which Tom is currently experiencing. Pradith getting there recently in his 16 episodes of the Road to OS 25. People, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
See you guys.
Thanks everyone. Catch you next time. All right, we are
Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory.